Everybody, and welcome to another edition of Shooting the Breeze. I am your friendly neighborhood soda, as always, joined by Big Fudge Ben Rayner. And today we've got two very special guests. We have 50 Shades of Companions joining us all the way from Israel, and we have Jess the Kiwi joining us all the way from New Zealand. How are you guys doing tonight, or today in your case?
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
It's like afternoon here, so
Yeah, it's dinner time here, 6 o'clock where I'm at.
Yeah,
Actually,
it's very early morning here, but I was going to say that because this is our most international episode of Shooting the Breeze so far, I was going to say that the sun will never set on the Shooting the Breeze empire. But, I mean, it's night over here, it's night where you guys are, and it's almost night where Jess is. So, I suppose night never ends.
Yeah.
The long and endless
the long night.
The long night, yes. So today we're considering this a special edition of our show, recapping the past, because today we're going to be ranking all of the Doctor Who companions, and this is going to be an arduous task because there are 51 of them. 51. But before we get into the list, I just want to say in observance of something that's very big up here in Canada, very special. Well, not special in that way, but today is the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and it is a day in honor of the lost children and survivors of residential schools, their families and communities. For those who don't know, in Canada in the last few years, they have been discovering mass graves of young children at these residential schools, and today is a day of observance for that. And I just wanted to honor that before we get into the tier ranking list. Every child matters.
Every child matters.
All right, now let's get up from the glums and let us start this.
Alonzi.
There we go.
And also, before we start, just something to point out. If you look at this list right over here, you'll notice that it's only the television companions, because putting a tier ranking list of all the Big Finish companions and the comic book companions and books, we will be here all night, literally all night in my case.
Even though I know you really wanted to put Frobisher on here.
I cannot confirm or deny that, but Frobisher would have been S tier. Can we just stick to that?
So instead of doing like the S, the A, the B, the B, being 50, well, my idea 50 came up with the titles for the tiers. So S is now absolutely fantastic. A is fantastic. B is molto bene. C is bow ties. D is
bow ties are what?
Bow ties are cool.
Yeah.
D is rice pudding. Now I need that one explained to me.
It's a Seventh Doctor quote when he's talking to Davros. Okay, this might be a bit of a spoiler for this list, but when Davros acquires the weapon of mass destruction known as the Hand of Omega and is about to use it to destroy Gallifrey, he gives one final gloating speech to the Seventh Doctor, and the Doctor fires back at him, and he's like, "Unlimited power! No, wholesome power! Unlimited rice pudding! Etc., etc."
Okay.
In full theatrics mode.
At least now I know where that comes from. It's pretty funny. And then finally, we got an F tier, or an E tier, I guess. Imbecile.
Wouldn't that be an I tier?
Touche.
No, I mean, it's an F tier because the American grading system goes A, B, C, D, F.
That's true.
Keeping the E.
Okay.
So imbecile is like reserved for the worst companions, and it's actually named after one of the companions here. I'm not going to tell
Taco. You. Thanks for watching.
I think you should have asked what Doctor what.
Yeah.
Oh,
that should have been the question.
Oh, why? Oh, why? Not you. No,
yeah.
No.
Doctor where?
I'm in the same boat. I like Clara myself, but we'll discuss that when we get there.
We're gonna get there eventually.
Yeah.
Ben, I'll take care of the images and stuff. Do you want to take care of, see if there's any comments when they come up, bring them on screen?
Yeah.
Right on.
Okay, and I have the unenviable task of explaining who these companions are.
Yes, hey sucker.
I'm just here.
Yep.
No, we just had that one, Ben.
Yeah, but there's another one that just came up. Dr. Howe.
Howe.
God damn it, Taco. Okay, so let's start off at the very beginning. We have the doctor's granddaughter, Susan Foreman. 50, take it away.
Okay, so Susan Foreman, allegedly the granddaughter of the Other, which is a famous figure in Time Lord mythology from Gallifrey's very distant past, and apparently the last naturally born Gallifreyan ever.
So explain that.
So after this long war with the previous ruler of Gallifrey, Rassilon decided that there will be no more. Yeah, to explain everything, guy. That's me.
Yeah.
So, but Rassilon decided that there will be no more natural births on Gallifrey, and he created something called the looms. And the looms are something that a lot of people in the Doctor Who fan community try to stay away from. Basically, the looms are like birthing pods that weave new Time Lords in their adult form from the DNA of previously dead Time Lords.
Ew.
There's a reason why people tend to stay away from it. Sticking with the theme that we pointed out at the beginning of the episode, but their Time Lord society is mostly built on three major Time Lords: Rassilon, Omega, and the Other, which a lot of people are assuming is the Doctor sort of reincarnated. And anyways, after upsetting Rassilon, the Other told Susan to run away and go to the spaceport and fly off the planet to avoid getting involved with Rassilon's wrath. And then he destroyed himself by jumping into the looms and adding his DNA potential to the looms. Centuries later, it's believed that the Other's DNA was reconstructed into the Doctor himself. And he, at one point by accident, traveled to Gallifrey's long-distant past about a year after Susan left the Other, and she recognized him immediately as her grandfather. And the Doctor didn't know how or why, but he assumed that he just knew that it was right, and that he knew who she was. So they left together. They left Gallifrey together in their own TARDIS, and the TARDIS that the Doctor stole. A couple of adventures later, she got the name Susan from a woman in a human survival medical center who named her Susan after her own mother. And later, during an adventure with these cold creatures who tried to freeze the Earth, they crash landed into a junkyard in London in 1963. The junkyard was called I Am Foreman. That's where she got the surname Foreman, making her full name Susan Foreman. They defeated the Cold, but the TARDIS got very badly damaged in the process. That's why it's still stuck as a police box from the 1960s. And they couldn't leave for a while, so they had to stay there for a couple of months while they repair the ship. So Susan admitted herself into a school for humans to learn about human culture and history and whatnot. She attracted the attention of some teachers, forcing the Doctor and herself to leave. And since the first Doctor really didn't know how to pilot the TARDIS at the time, they never really knew where they were going. They just randomly went to all areas of space and time. They encountered the Daleks along the way. They encountered all kinds of fun and fancy creatures. They encountered all kinds of historical figures. They got shrunk into miniaturized versions of themselves at one point. Over the years, while Susan grew up into from a 16-year-old girl to a full-grown woman, in one of the novels, the Doctor realized that he was getting a little too big and attracting too much attention from the Time Lords, fearing that the day that the Time Lords would finally find him is inevitable. So he decided to start looking for alternative ways to drop Susan off, alternative places, I should say, to drop her off, much like the Other, so that he can avoid her facing the Time Lord's wrath. And eventually, during the Dalek invasion of Earth in the year 2164, she fell in love with a human rebel named Alex. At least I think it was no, it was David Campbell. Sorry, my
Fuck.
Thanks, Taco. She fell in love with a human rebel named David Campbell after he was injured, so she took care of him. And the Doctor realized that how much she loved him, so he decided to leave her behind and continue his travels without her, claiming that one day he will come back. He wasn't sure when or where, but he will come back. Several years later, they met in the 20th anniversary special of The Five Doctors, which brought a bunch of doctors and their companions together. And years later, it was revealed through Big Finish Productions that her and David actually have a son named Alex, who's also a half human, half Time Lord. Sorry, half Gallifreyan. They met, and she met the Doctor a couple of times, and according to my research, the last time we saw her in expanded Doctor Who media, she came back to Gallifrey during the Time War, helped the Time Lord secure an alliance with the Sensorites to help them battle the Daleks, and presumably she died in the last days of the Time War.
So what is our criteria then for ranking the companions?
I'm pretty sure we should have gone over that before we just went through this, but okay.
Thank you for pointing that out, 50. So yeah, what should we impact on the Doctor?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Longevity.
Longevity.
And I think quality of character.
Yes, there we go.
Because here's the thing, a lot of people would argue to their death that Susan, rightfully so, should be an S-tier companion. That being said, however, in my opinion, she, for the most part, she really just was the girl that screams a lot, the screaming girl, and got herself into trouble a lot of times. She really got herself into a lot of trouble. And at one point, like I said, that's why I mentioned the adventure where they got shrinked into micro versions of themselves, because that's when her voice finally came in handy, because they stood in this giant kitchen sink. Well, actually, a normal-sized kitchen sink. They were just tiny, and she started screaming for Ian and Barbara, the other two companions, and that's where finally her voice, amplified by the shape of the sink, was able to carry around the entire room, and that's how they were able to hear her.
Nice.
So
based on that criteria, then I'm thinking bow ties. Bow ties are cool.
Really, that low? I mean, she was the first companion and kind of our only example of the Doctor's family life.
Okay, then where would you put Susan?
I'm thinking either fantastic or molto bene.
Okay,
what about you guys?
Yeah,
don't let me do this alone.
Molto bene.
Jess?
What about you, Jess?
I'm just going to go with Molto Bene because at the end of the day, I don't want to split the vote.
No, Molto Bene is perfectly fine. So our first character is on the board. Next up, we have someone who 50 alluded to already. We have Ian and Barbara.
Yes, Ian Chesterton and Barbara Wright. Technically speaking, the first companions that we see travel with the Doctor on screen. So Ian and Barbara are two teachers in the Coal Hill School, which is where Susan was studying in before she...
and later where Clara works. And
spoilers. We'll get to that. Okay, so Ian is the science teacher, and Barbara is the history teacher in the Coal Hill School, and they were both teachers of Susan Foreman. And they noticed, look at that, a cat. Nice cat.
Yeah, sorry, this is Hodor.
Hodor.
Nice Hodor.
Hodor.
It's because he's giant.
Oh, nice.
So I've noticed.
Yeah, no kidding. Holy crow.
Yeah.
He's my cat.
Giant, you're small.
Yeah. He's big. He's big boy.
Just
wants to be part of things. There you go. Settle. Sorry for interrupting. There we go. You were.
No problem. Okay, 50. Continue.
Okay, so they noticed that Susan, their student, showed incredible knowledge of science way beyond humanity, but had problems understanding some of the more simpler things like British currency and modern day culture and such. So they decided to take a bit of an interest in her. They found out that she lives with her grandfather, who is a doctor, and they asked for her address, 76 Totters Lane. They went there one time and realized that there's really nothing there. It's just a junkyard. So they decided to follow her one time, see where she goes, which obviously led them to the TARDIS and the Doctor. And they asked for her address, 76 Totters Lane. They went there one time and realized that there's really nothing there. It's just a junkyard. So they decided to follow her one time, see where she goes, which obviously led them to the TARDIS and the Doctor. they accidentally wandered into the TARDIS while trying to figure out what this strange and mysterious person did with their student. Realized there was actually a spaceship that was bigger on the inside, and having seen that, the Doctor refused to let them go and tell people what they've seen. So he just locked the TARDIS doors and took them with him all the way to the year 100 BC, where they really helped save the Doctor after he blundered into a tribe of cavemen trying to figure out how to make fire. They then went to the planet Skaro, where they met the Daleks for the first time. They continued to travel with the Doctor, mostly saving his life after he made a couple of really bad mistakes. This was very common for the first Doctor's era. He was very arrogant and thinking he knew better than everyone else.
He kind of comes off as a dick based on how he gets them on the show, how he gets them to travel.
Yeah, but trust me, he's one of my favorite Doctors. He gets better after a time.
Okay.
Sadly, that's after these two leave, but that's beside the point. So they kept traveling with him even after Susan left, and one time they attracted the attention of the Daleks after the Dalek invasion of Earth, where Susan left. So the Daleks created a time machine because that's easy to make, and they decided to chase the Doctor and his companions all throughout time, taking them to all kinds of weird places. Eventually leading to a final confrontation between the Daleks and the Mechanoids on the planet Mechanos, ending in a sort of draw with both species destroying each other. And Ian and Barbara realized that they can actually use the Daleks' time-traveling machine to get back home. They returned home to 1965, which is about 18 months after they left, and they continued to teach at the school. They made sporadic appearances here and there where they still kind of considered teachers at the Coal Hill School. In the Sarah Jane Adventures episode, Death of the Doctor, Sarah Jane mentions that Ian and Barbara are both married to each other and are teaching at Cambridge, and they've been rumored to not have aged since the 60s. Presumably that's through the use of the Dalek time travel technology. They also had a son called Daniel or John, I can't remember, but it changed the name. No, it was John, and it's presumably that he later changed his name to Johnny Chest, and had several encounters with several of the other companions we're going to be talking about today. But the rumor that these two haven't aged since the 60s kind of dispelled a little bit by the DVD release of The Crusade, which features William Russell, the actor who played Ian, as an older aged Ian, reminiscing about the time he was knighted by King John the Lionheart, which, by the way, he was knighted by King John in Jaffa, which is actually in Israel. So that's something really important to point out.
Oh, cool.
But it's also referenced that Ian, sadly, the character of the actress who played Barbara Wright, which I believe her name is Jacqueline Hill, she tragically passed away in 1993, but they still continued on the Doctor Who universe as if she was still around. Yeah. It's important to point out that she actually played a villain at one point during the Fourth Doctor's era, so that's something. But Ian Chesterton is listed as the head of the Board of Governors in the Coal Hill School during either the Day of the Doctor or the
Day of the Doctor, because when you're coming in and the opening shot to see Clara, you see his name on the wall, but I thought it was Headmaster.
No, I checked it. It's the head of the Board of the Governors.
Okay.
But curiously, Clara doesn't recognize his picture when they see him in the unit base later. So that's something interesting to point out. And obviously in the spin-off show Class, it's revealed that he's no longer the head of the Board of Governors because the Coal Hill School is now the Coal Hill Academy. But his name still appears on the wall of important people who contributed. And their last official appearance is during the memorial service to Sarah Jane Smith in a webcast released on YouTube last year.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Ian and Barbara. So 50.
Personally, I think these two deserve S tier. They saved the Doctor more times than he cared to remember. Ian is obviously both. Ian is sort of the a weird mix of both being the brains and the bronze.
Mhm.
Not to say that Barbara isn't also the brains; she's also the much more knowledgeable on history. And at one point she's mistaken for an Aztec goddess and tries to rewrite time and change the way the Aztec people think. Obviously, she fails because history. But yeah, these guys at one point they got separated from the Doctor in ancient Rome, and there was this like sort of separate adventures where the Doctor had his own thing. These two were doing their own thing. They were not. The Doctor just wasn't aware that he was running into those two guys. They almost died several times during that adventure. But when he came back, he found them. He thought that they stayed in like a hotel or something there the entire time. But yeah, these two, I think. Guys, these are the Amy and Rory of the '60s.
Okay.
I gotta point that out.
It sounds like they were quite important to the first Doctor, probably more important than Susan.
Yeah, and keeping true with the tradition of Doctor Who, where we see the show from the perspective of the companions. That's really how the show started, all the way in the 1960s. With the conversation between these two in Ian's classroom, and about half the episode is just these guys. You don't even see the Doctor until like later into the episode, the last couple of scenes. So, I mean, I think they gotta be S tier. Sorry, they're the absolutely fantastic tier.
So, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I agree.
Ben?
I think I'll go with that.
Okay.
Rousing conversation
first on the absolutely fantastic tier.
I don't know classic Doctor Who, unfortunately, so I'm going to be useless.
My knowledge, I'll probably, I'll pop up when Sarah Jane comes on. And
yeah,
what have you,
that's probably the only one.
Yeah, but for me, it's where it kicks off with Grace Holloway, and I'm good after that because I've seen the movie. All right, so next up we have Vicky, who replaces Ian and Barbara, if I'm not mistaken.
Technically, she replaces Susan because she comes up the episode immediately after her. So she's a woman from the 25th century who went on a deep space exploration with her father and a crew of other people, and they crash landed on the planet Dido. The entire crew died except for this one guy. I can't really remember his name, but yeah, he's badly injured, and she takes care of him, hoping for one day to be rescued by a passing by Earth ship. And they're both being oh yeah, there are gonna be a lot of S tiers on this list.
Oh yeah,
make no mistake about that. There's gonna be a lot of S tiers, and mostly from the modern era. But we'll get to that when we get to that, hopefully. So. Yeah, they were both being terrorized by supposedly an alien who's native to the planet called Calquillian. When the Doctor, Ian, and Barbara show up, and it's revealed that Calquillian was actually the other guy she was with. She was on the spaceship with. He was sort of trying to force her to stay there by posing as a native of the planet. And obviously, the Doctor outs him, and the people of the planet take care of him. And with no one really left for her, Vicky decides to join the Doctor and Ian and Barbara in their travels around space and time. She's there during the chase that I mentioned when Ian and Barbara leave. They're there. No, actually, we can skip that. She's around for a very long time, and eventually they landed in Troy during the fall of Troy. You know, with the Trojan horse and everything. She decides to stay. She comes out of the TARDIS, which ironically was kind of the Trojan horse before the Trojan horse began. But yeah, she comes out. She's believed to be sort of a messenger of the gods by the Trojans, and she falls in love with one of the Trojan warriors. She decides to marry him and leave the Doctor behind. Years later, she comes to regret staying there. She finds somehow found some wibbly wobbly timey way to travel back to her time with her Trojan husband, and I believe they get divorced a little bit after that. And on her original run on the show, she was never given a surname, but later in some of the novels, she was given the surname Vicky Palmister.
So how long did she last? Because spoiler alert, everybody. The second Doctor's companions start with Jamie, who is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 companions away. So how long was Vicky's tenure?
About a season.
Okay.
Wow.
I mean, she came out after the second story of season 2 and left after the second story of season 3. So about a full season.
Okay.
I'm curious, Tiffany. How long did the first Doctor last?
Technically speaking, 3 seasons and 2 stories, because he regenerated into his second incarnation midway through the season after 2 episodes, 2 stories, I should say.
Okay.
So about 3-ish years.
That's a lot of companions in 3
Yeah,
years.
that's a lot.
Would you say 3 years is a typical Doctor one? Well,
No, that's when they came to the decision that will be the gold standard. I mean, when a new actor comes in to play the Doctor, they automatically sign for 3 years, sometimes more, depending on the circumstances.
I thought that happened with Hartnell because they felt he was getting too old for the role. Because
Yeah,
I read
that's the reason why they changed him in the first place.
Yeah, but that's the reason why they changed him. But wasn't there someone else who brought back the 3-year rule? Because I remember reading that they thought that was just the right amount of time to play the Doctor.
Yeah, to the point where when the 6th Doctor started doing some problems, Colin Baker, they postponed some of the some of his episodes. There was like an 18-month gap between one season and the next to facilitate the 3-year rule.
Oh, okay. So where would Vicky be? She doesn't sound like she was. She doesn't sound S tier. I can tell you that.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean,
I have nothing to say. I'm sorry.
I'm going to vote for bow ties. Just have a vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you
Okay.
think?
I'm thinking either bow ties or very low on the Molto Bene scale, because she was Susan's replacement.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with bow ties as well. So that's essentially a 3-1 vote.
Hey, bow ties are cool.
Yeah,
right,
bow ties are
Yes,
cool.
they are.
I should have gotten mine out of mothballs, but then I realized I would have looked too much like a stripper at this point. Okay. Next up, we have Steven Taylor, who is
Not to be confused with the Aerosmith singer.
Steven Tyler. Yeah.
Because when you try to Google him, that's what you get. So Steven Taylor, or as I like to call him, the poor man's Ian Chesterton, was his official place on the timeline is unknown. Although in the episode "The Daleks' Master Plan," it's revealed that a whole storyline took place during the year 4000, and he mentions being from hundreds and hundreds of years before that. So around 3000-ish. He's the last survivor of a colonist of humans who came to planet Mechanos when the ship crashed, and the Mechanoids sort of took over the ship and kept him around as sort of like their pet. He encounters the first Doctor, Ian, Barbara, and Vicky when they're being chased by the Daleks, and during the whole skirmish between the Daleks and the Mechanoids, he very clumsily and drunkenly stumbles into the TARDIS in a haze after getting a few bumps on the head, trying to go back to where the Mechanoids were keeping him as a pet to retrieve his mascot, which, strangely enough, never actually appeared later then. But he had several encounters with the meddling monk, which is the first time we actually get to see a Time Lord villain, or any member of the Doctor's people, which weren't even named at that time, other than him and Susan. He's kind of like I said, he's the poor man's Ian Chesterton, where Ian Chesterton used his mind and his strength to help out the Doctor and his other companions. Stephen used his strength occasionally when he wasn't getting knocked out and then needed to be saved by the Doctor and Vicky.
So basically, he was a putz.
Yeah, kind of. He was more of the do it guy, not the think it guy. Let's put it that way.
Do we have a first episode?
Because of who I know is going to be in the imbecile tier, I'm gonna veto that one. I'm gonna say no.
Rice pudding.
But, yeah,
rice pudding.
But if you can just let me finish, he continued to travel with the Doctor, and here's there's a bit of a redeeming part. I'm getting to it. So at one point, his relationship with the Doctor really reaches a melting point where he decides to leave the Doctor only to come back a few minutes later, being chased by the authorities. We'll get to that in just a minute. But well, good night. Good night, Taco. Have a nice nap. But his relationship with the Doctor, like I said, reaches a melting point. He decides to leave the TARDIS, comes back after a few minutes, and continues to travel with the Doctor. And then they meet this colony of savages and elite people who are kind of in a bit of a war with each other. The elite obviously believe that they're better than the savages, and he kind of stays behind on that planet to try to broker peace and be an ambassador and a negotiator to help these two build their own society. So I think that puts him out of the imbecile tier, if you ask me.
So rice pudding?
Yeah, rice pudding.
Okay.
Fits him perfectly.
Rice pudding, actually not bad.
Yeah.
Put a
Especially
little.
if it's
I want to try some.
It's not bad, but if you want to make it really good, you throw in some hot chocolate powder in it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, so next up we have someone named Katerina.
Katerina, our first tragedy of the of this list. So Katerina was a Trojan handmaiden. She was given out to Vicky as her personal handmaiden, and Vicky asked her to stay behind with the Doctor to look after him and Stephen, especially after Stephen, surprise, surprise, got badly injured during the siege of Troy and the fall of Troy. She helped carry him into the TARDIS and helped look after him, treat his wounds. And very shortly after they landed on the planet Campbell, which is the setting for the majority of the Daleks' master plan, she was kidnapped by
Campbell.
Yeah,
as in
Campbell.
The soup?
Maybe, I don't know.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, during that adventure, they land on a planet called Myra. And I just mentioned the planet Dido. There's all kind of, there's a planet in this universe called Women's Whipped.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I've always wanted to see that planet.
Me too. But yeah, they get kidnapped by this guy trying to hijack the TARDIS. He threatens to shoot her if the Doctor doesn't take him to where he wants to go, away from the Daleks, and refusing to let the Doctor go out the way that the guy wanted to. She hits a button that opens the airlock, and they both get sucked into the vacuum of space, which technically makes her the first companion to die.
Wow. Okay.
And here's the really sad part. She was written as a full-time companion, but at the time, the BBC just didn't want to handle with the complexities of having a woman from, before Jesus Christ travel with the Doctor and be in this fantastical futuristic time travel world. So they wrote her out of the show immediately. They were to be killed off. And the real gut punch is her death scene was actually the first scene she shot for the character. Yeah, Chris.
Jesus.
Well,
Adding
So based on that, she's got to be at least a molto bene.
Oh wow, really that high?
Well, she freaking sacrificed herself to save the Doctor.
Yeah, first one to do it on camera.
Yeah.
Mostly on camera because
bottom
that's what
of
is
molto bene, but I would put her. That's where I would put her.
Yeah.
Okay. I can be down with that.
Because Jesus. Okay, next up, I like this name, Sarah Kingdom.
Okay, officially the Doctor Who website doesn't officially recognize her as a companion.
Why?
But I decided to add her because she more than deserves to be a companion. She's basically a member of the security force on Earth during the time of the Daleks' master plan. Apparently, she's the best one. They've got the best agent they have in that security force, charged with the protection of Marvik Chen, the guardian of the solar system. And she was handpicked by him to kill the Doctor because bit of a spoiler for that story, Mavic Chen is actually in league with the Daleks, and he wants the Doctor taken out of the picture. So he
Of course.
handpicked her to kill the Doctor and his friends. She's then confronted by her own brother, Brett something,
Sheridan?
played by Nicholas Courtney, which we will get to him later.
Really?
Yeah, played by Nicholas Courtney, and he tries to convince her that no, they're actually the good guys. She was so convinced in her blind faith of Mavic Chen, the guardian of the solar system, that she kills her own brother out of loyalty to him. Later, she gets taken away in the TARDIS. She's disowned by Steven, one of the only few good things he's ever done. But and then she realized that she's actually fighting for the wrong people, and Mavic Chen is actually in league with the Daleks. They go on multiple adventures trying to get away from the Daleks. During that adventure, they go to ancient Egypt, which she also discovers. She also confronts the meddling monk, which makes her return during that episode. She saves the Doctor a bunch of times during that episode, but in the finale of that 13-episode storyline, remember, this is just one story, which takes 13 episodes, which also has a Christmas special and a New Year special in the middle of it.
Jesus.
Yeah, that was a long one. So yeah, once the Daleks time destructor is complete, the Doctor orders Steven to return to the TARDIS, and Sarah refuses to leave the Doctor behind to face the weapon himself. The weapon gets activated, forcing the entire planet, except the TARDIS and everything inside it, namely Steven, to age about 100 years. The entire planet really loses its fertility. The Daleks are being destroyed by the Time Destructor and result into dust. Same thing happens to Sarah, unfortunately. She ages into an old woman and reduced to dust. And also the Doctor ages about 100 years. That's one of the main reasons why he regenerates. He's the only Doctor to have sort of the only Doctor to have a natural death as his the cause of his regeneration because of that aging thing. So yeah, another companion that dies, one right after the other. But there are a lot of Big Finish and novels taking place during the time of the Daleks' master plan, because they were running away from the Daleks in a bunch of different places. And one of those times, she actually implanted her own consciousness into a house that gives wishes to people, and was able to somehow live for a bit longer through that, granting wishes to people who wanted to live in it.
Is that okay?
Okay.
It's a very Doctor Who thing to do.
Yeah, a sentient house. I should probably point that out.
So where would you put her 50?
Either very high on the molto bene scale or in the fantastic scale, because, like I said, she only was there for one story, but she made an impact. And the fact that she had to kill her own brother before realizing her mistake, and that's such a huge character turn. Rivaling almost anybody on this list.
What do you guys think? You're muted, Ben.
I would say fantastic.
Yes.
Wait,
What about you, Jess?
I think she fell asleep.
No, I'm thinking it over because I'm looking at the rest of the companions. No, yeah, go fantastic.
Okay. Finally, our first fantastic. Now, this one, you have to, hopefully you can explain the nickname. It is Dorothea and Dodo Chaplet.
Yeah, that's her nickname, Dodo, because Dorothy. Get it?
It's quite the nickname.
Yeah.
Dodo. Dorothea. It's short for Dorothea. Dodo.
Don't think I've ever heard that before you sent me the list.
Okay, so finally we reach our first kind of complicated one. Okay, so remember earlier when I said that the relationship between the Doctor and Stephen Taylor reached a melting point at some point? Following the death of Sarah Kingdom and everything that happened with the Daleks, they decided to go someplace to take a load off and kind of put their troubles behind. And it was so fortunate that they somehow managed to find themselves in France in 1582 on the eve of the St. Bartholomew Massacre. Have you ever heard of that one?
No.
It was a massacre between uh, a massacre of Huguenots. I think that was their name. Murdered by a lot of agents of the extreme Catholic Church. It's one of those history stories in early Doctor Who, and unfortunately, the entire episode is missing. But it's not a very interesting episode to begin with, other than the fact that the guy leading the Catholic Church at the time, the Abbot of Amboise, looks exactly like the Doctor.
Yeah.
That's really the only interesting thing about the obviously played by William Hartnell as well, and there's some confusion, body swapping confusion there. But yeah, during that time, Stephen meets this woman called this Huguenot called Anne Chaplet, and he forms a really good close bond with her. But on the eve of the massacre, they realize that they can't take her with them. The Doctor and Stephen, being from the far future, being completely oblivious to what's going to happen. The Doctor obviously knows exactly what happens on that day. He forces Stephen to leave with him when all the Huguenots get massacred by the Catholic Church, and that's why the relationship really hits the low that it does, because Stephen Taylor refuses to continue traveling with the Doctor, thinking that he just let Anne die in that massacre. So he leaves the TARDIS, leaving the Doctor in the TARDIS with the door still open to contemplate all the companions that have left him at that point. When Dodo shows up on his doorstep, running away from some gangs or something like that, thinking that the TARDIS is an actual police box, which is obviously the reason why Stephen returns. He's running away from the same people who are chasing Dodo. And when they ask her who she is, she reveals that her full name is Dorothea Chapelt, which leads them to believe that she's actually a long descendant of Anne Chaplet, thinking that she actually survived, and that's why the Doctor takes Dodo with him. She continues to travel with him long after, long after, one episode after Stephen Taylor leaves. They arrive in contemporary, as in 1966.
This is not the original that they met in France. This is the supposed ancestor,
descendant.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I thought that was okay. Did not know that that he did that.
That's why I said she's the first in a very long line of really complicated companions.
She sounds like an early prototype for Clara.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah.
He sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
And she continues to travel with him. Eventually, they meet in contemporary 1966 Earth, when the Doctor visits a supercomputer called Wotan, who hypnotizes her along with half the population, and forces them to build war machines to take over, to remove all of humanity. During the hypnotization, she becomes very antagonistic towards the Doctor. The Doctor, also being sort of a hypnotist in his own right, he finds a way to break Wotan's control over her. She goes unconscious for a couple of days, and she stays with a family that the Doctor met at the time. And later, she decides to stay behind and be adopted by these two family members. Now, here's the tragic part. In expanded media, it's revealed that at one point she had a nervous breakdown in her later years and forced herself to believe that her time with the Doctor never happened. She forgot all about it. She married a journalist who was doing a story to kind of expose the real unit, and who apparently died in the mission. And her last known appearance was in Sarah Jane's funeral, where she helped all the other companions stop agents of the Trickster from replacing everyone with duplicates. And obviously, it's said that she tragically died shortly before the death of her journalist friend. But Doctor Who canon is a very complicated thing.
So, what are you guys' thoughts on that guy Dodo? I love that nickname.
I'm thinking either rice pudding or imbecile, because she was kind of obnoxious. She was that annoying kid on the playground that felt like he had to point out the obvious all the time and be very annoying with it. She almost caused the death of the future of humanity. If you pull up that picture again, that creature behind her, that's a monoid. And they don't normally have that strap. Basically, in the far, far future, in the destruction of planet Earth, 5 billion years in the future, we're still in the same one, Taco. We're still in the same one. But don't worry, we're almost done. So, after the Earth gets destroyed, a colony of humans go out on a massive spaceship with all the surviving humans at the time and all the surviving plants and animals at the time to repopulate another planet. And she shows up immediately after being picked up by the Doctor and Steven with a common cold. At that point in time, the human race has already abolished all diseases, so they didn't have antibodies to deal with the common cold, which almost killed everybody in the future. The Doctor obviously found a cure for it, but then in one of my favorite episodes, by the way, that was the first 2 episodes of that 4-parter. The second 2 episodes, they come back about 100 years later, realizing that the disease, while it was quelled, it made the humans weaker and allowed the monoids, who were their servants at the time, to overthrow them, and they became sort of the rulers of that ship. And that's the reason why they have that straps, because it allows them they became more intelligent as a result of the common cold. So yeah, she almost killed most of humanity in the future. I think that's either an imbecile or rice pudding.
Imbecile. I'm gonna go imbecile.
Imbecile. We need an imbecile. With a name like Dodo, we need an imbecile.
Yeah, sorry, Dodo, but
yeah, imbecile.
First time I saw the picture, I'm like, is that a boy? No. Anyways.
It's the page boy haircut.
Yeah, it's a boy called Dorothea.
Yeah, very, very 60s.
Oof.
Kind of looks like Ringo, actually. Anyways.
Oh, I love him.
Okay, so next up we have Polly and Ben.
What?
Hey, Ben!
Hey,
Another
I'm
precursor
here.
to Amy and Rory. Yeah. well, that's just your opinion, man.
Nice, Big Lebowski.
Like I said, another precursor to Amy and Rory. We have Ben Jackson and Polly, who was never actually given a surname on the show. Her original name was originally supposed to be Polly Wright, but the showrunners decided to forgo that because they thought that it would cause confusion with Barbara Wright. She was given the name years later. Anyways, Polly was the secretary of the Wotan project. That's where she met the Doctor. And when Dodo first started showing signs of lightheadedness, she took her to a nightclub to dance the night away. That's where they met Ben Jackson, who is a sailor who saves Polly when some drunken dude tries to hit on her. They form a close friendship. They help the Doctor destroy Wotan and his war machines. They somehow acquire they get Dodo's TARDIS key at some point, and they go over there to tell the Doctor that she decided to stay behind. And they wanted to return the key to him, but he was so disappointed with Dodo leaving him, he went back inside the TARDIS. But they were like, hey, we got the key. We can give it back to him. So they opened the door. They closed the door behind them. The TARDIS dematerializes, and that's how the season ends. It picks up late the next season. Obviously, the Doctor's furious with them for smuggling themselves onto his ship. But they sort of become unwilling companions to him right after that. They have their first encounter with the Cybermen. They are the first companions to witness the Doctor regenerate. They continue to travel with the second Doctor for about a season or so. No, actually, right before the penultimate story of Troughton's first season, where they somehow land in an airport about half an hour before they left. So they were able to leave the Doctor because Ben was now got his own ship. He was being promoted after the events of the War Machines, so he got his own ship, and he urged him to become the second Doctor obviously wished him good luck. Predicted he become an admiral. It's unclear to this point if he was a prediction or just wishing him good luck, and he told Polly to look after him. They kept reappearing and reappearing sporadically throughout the years. At one point, they married each other. Then they got divorced, and they got back together, not as a married couple. And according to the Sarah Jane Smith episode, the death of the Doctor, they're now working at an orphanage in India together.
Oh, okay.
So at any point when Ben was leaving, did Paulie have to go to the show? Okay, never mind. Bad joke.
Yeah.
Paulie, okay.
Oh, and also, I should point out, we're gonna get to it in our rewatch of the Doctor Who in the recap, but they were actually seen they were among the only few companions from that era of Doctor Who to appear in the modern series, because Peter Capaldi's final episode opens with the 10th scene from the 10th planet, featuring the first Doctor, Ben and Polly, in that episode.
Interesting. I can't wait to get to that. So, thoughts?
I mean, they're no Ian and Barbara, that's for sure, but
I'll say Born to Life.
50, the expert?
Yeah, I think Bowtie, but above Vicky.
Okay.
All right, so Bowtie it is. Now, next up, we have...
Finally, we have an S tier.
We have another S tier. We have none other than Jamie McCrimmon.
The man, the myth, the legend, James Robert McCrimmon, who actually, believe it or not, he actually appeared in the most number of episodes on the show to this day.
Really?
Appearing only,
Really?
Yeah, he's so much well known for being iconically the second Doctor's companion, because he showed up in Patrick Troughton's second ever story, right after his regeneration story. He's a Highlander from the Highlands, and after his father died in a war with some Redcoats, the Doctor, Ben, and Polly decide to invite him to travel with him in the TARDIS, and he basically travels with the second Doctor right up until the second Doctor's end of the era. Along the way, he meets another companion, a female companion, which we'll get to in just a second, and he has deep feelings for her, which is the first time we actually get to see inter-companion relationships with companions who weren't introduced at the same time. And he's devastated when she leaves, but then there's another female companion. He also becomes he's very old-fashioned, gentleman-ish. He's very protective.
So considering he's from the past.
Yeah. So, but he gets very, very protective of the female companions he's traveling with, and very protective of the Doctor. Sadly, and the second Doctor's final story, the Time Lords finally catch up with them, and they return Jamie and the other companion with the time to their own times, and completely erasing their memories of the Doctor forever. Boo, Time Lords, boo! A hallucinogenic image of Jamie shows up in the Five Doctors, trying to convince the second Doctor to trying to lead him into a trap, but obviously the Doctor sees right through that, because the Time Lords erased their memories. And right before the second Doctor regenerated, he was very briefly recruited into the CIA, the Celestial Intervention Agency, an agency of Time Lords. It's basically like the Time Bureau from the Loki series. They monitor the timelines and try to make sure that things happen the way they should. And for a period of time, which is known by the fandom as Season 6B, they send the second Doctor on various adventures and locations, telling him how to fix certain problems with the timeline. And at some point, they bring Jamie back. They restore his memories temporarily to help him aid the Doctor in those travels. And at one point, he comes across his sixth incarnation, Colin Baker, and he helps the other both Doctors beat an invasion of Sontarans. And he's so much imprinted onto the Doctor Who lore that even the 10th Doctor, David Tennant, at one point uses his name as an alias when traveling in Scotland.
In oh shit,
Tooth
what's
and
the name
Claw.
of the episode? Tooth and Claw.
Tooth and
Yeah,
Claw.
Tooth and Claw. Yeah. It's
And
the
here's a
only
funny-
episode in Doctor Who where David Tennant got to speak his natural Scottish accent.
Yeah.
Yes.
And here's another funny thing. Sorry, Ben, but during filming for the episode "The Mind Robber," the actor Fraser Haynes got a bad case of chickenpox, forcing him to be replaced with a different actor for like 3 episodes, and they had to come up with a creative way of why Jamie looks different. It was so fortunate that it happened during The Mind Robber, which basically takes place in an alternate universe called the Land of Fiction, where if you can think it, you can make it. And basically, Jamie confronts a redcoat in that episode, turns into a cardboard cutout of himself, and accidentally loses his face. And the doctor has to reconstruct his face from scratch, realizing he gets it wrong, but that's too late because Jamie comes back as a completely different actor. Then obviously it happens again, and he constructs his face the proper way, and that was the return of the actor.
That is quite the way around that. That's for damn sure. Thanks, Taco. So, yeah, he is an S tier, but is he above Ian and Barbara? I'd say so.
Actually, I'm inclined to agree with you.
Well, because of longevity, his imprint, and all, because the memories of him last all the way to Tennant, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like he is a former, not former, more proper version of Captain Jack.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, he's a warrior. He even has his sword, which unfortunately it gets broken in half by a Yeti in one of the early episodes of season 2.
He's into Captain Jack's yang. Captain Jack's horny. Jamie is a gentleman.
Yeah. He's also horny. He's also a bit horny. At one point, he's traveling with a Victorian lady of high honors, and they arrive at a point in the future where the ladies are wearing skirts. So he's like, "Hey, you see what they were wearing? You see yourself wearing one of those?" So
What would happen if Jamie met Captain Jack?
That's a lot of mojo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jamie's gonna resist, but you can't really resist the mojo of Captain Jack.
No, you can't.
Nope.
Oh.
He was. They just had a convention here in BC last weekend. John Barrowman was there.
Oh yeah.
My cousin went to the convention.
My friend went to his panel a few years ago at Comic-Con.
Nice.
And he said it was great. He was, as you would imagine.
Can't wait till we get to Captain Jack. But next up we have Victoria Waterfield.
Yep, she's the woman I mentioned earlier, the woman that Jamie really had the feels for. She's a Victorian era lady from a very posh, as Jamie says it, very posh family. Her father is unwillingly working with the Daleks, and the Doctor kind of sort of manipulates her and Jamie to study some stuff about Dalek brain chemistry. First episode, we get to see the Dalek Emperor, by the way. Just wanted to point that out. And after her father died, and she's horrified by what the Daleks did, she decides to travel with the Doctor and Jamie. At the end of Troughton's first season, she travels with them for about a season or so. And she was also present when the first incarnation of the Sonic Screwdriver showed up. That was her final episode.
Really?
But, Fury from the Deep. That was the episode.
Wow. Wait
a minute, 50. Wait a minute. Are you saying the Doctor didn't have the screwdriver at the very beginning?
Nope, that was a late edition.
Really?
That was the second Doctor staple.
Huh.
Why did they introduce it?
In Fury from the Deep.
No, why?
Oh, they found this pipe pumping some stuff into the ocean. They need to find out what's inside it. So the Doctor pulls out his sonic screwdriver, and fittingly for the name, he unscrews a bunch of screws to figure out what's inside the pipe. It was introduced as an actual screwdriver that unscrews screws using sound waves. But then obviously it became a kind of
Not a screwdriver.
Yeah.
I have a question then. Because we see in later seasons, especially in the modern era, the Doctor more or less uses it as a weapon, right?
It wasn't the original intent, but that's what the Doctor does with it nowadays.
What did he use as a weapon before the screwdriver?
No, it's used as a screwdriver.
No. What
do you use
before
a
he got
weapon?
the screwdriver? What?
Oh, he didn't really use
Big
too
brain.
much. Yeah.
Okay, so he fought them with his intellect. Okay.
All right,
Yeah.
all right.
But in that episode where we first get to see the sonic screwdriver, that's when she finally is fed up with all the horror and death that she's seen while traveling with the Doctor, and she decides to stay behind and be adopted by the Harris family of the mid 21st century. Yeah, that's that. She also has a scene in, thankfully, one of the only Troughton era episodes that survived in its entirety, Tomb of the Cybermen, which is one of the best scenes in classic Who history, because it's where the Doctor finally opens up about his family and how much he misses them. And it's a very beautiful scene because he's sort of comforting her, because that episode comes immediately after she lost her own father. So
You don't screw the BBC for wiping all of that. That's bullshit.
You know,
yeah, they actually jumped that episode entirely, but thankfully it was discovered several years later, mysteriously.
It is taco, and I have had them at nerd themed bars.
Nice.
Yeah.
I do have one question. 50, you'll be able to answer this. The Time Warp, was that around at the very beginning of Doctor Who?
No, it was believed to be preluded to a bunch of times, but it only really happened at the tail end of the 8th Doctor's era.
Yeah.
So,
It's
like,
1989.
the first 7 Doctors, they didn't have any of that baggage.
No, they had like 8 Doctors without any of Time War baggage.
Wow.
It was just a Doctor that ran away from Gallifrey to see the universe.
So where
I
do we
kind of
put,
like that.
where do we put Victoria then? I mean, obviously she's near the bottom.
Yeah.
Rice pudding?
Yeah, I definitely put
Yeah,
her
I'd say rice
above
pudding.
Steven Taylor, because I mean she didn't do much, but she didn't blunder as much as he did.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
He's
start
a
eating
himbo.
some chocolate to keep myself awake.
All right. So next up we have is it Zoe or Zoe?
Zoe Harriet.
Zoe Harriet, who definitely looks like something out of the BBC show The Avengers.
She
Yeah.
kind of looks like something from, well, I'm guessing she's 70s, right?
No,
Yeah.
she's still 60s, but very late 60s.
Okay.
That'll do it.
Yeah, alright. Because
But-
she looks like, well, not hearing her voice, she looks like somebody you could find in an episode of The Brady Bunch.
Oh yeah, Brady Bunch, The
Yeah.
Avengers.
Yeah,
You don't need to hear her voice, Ben. Please, you trust me. You don't need to hear her voice. You don't want to hear
Why
her voice.
is it that bad?
Okay, so here's the thing. Pretty much immediately after Victoria left, the second Doctor and Jamie land on a space station called the Space Wheel in 21st century-ish. Not really sure when, but yeah, the station is overrun by Cybermen, and Zoe is a science expert on that station. Ridiculously smart, considering her age. She's brilliant. She's a genius whose intellect oftentimes overshadows the Doctor, which not many companions can do that.
Oh wow.
The unfortunate part is that she's being an insufferable know-it-all about it. But she's basically, here's a good comparison. She's the Hermione Granger of the Doctor Who universe,
Okay.
but
But you
only
love Hermione more.
less helpful, more annoying. Let's put it that way. Anyway,
Oh.
she keeps challenging the Doctor and Jamie with her logic and common sense. Sometimes outsmarting both of them. She gets herself into a lot of trouble because of her intellect, but she's very good at solving puzzles and mathematics. And much like Jamie, she unfortunately gets her memories wiped when the when the Time Lords, who were first named Time Lords in that episode, by the way, I forgot to mention that, but she was returned to her own time, losing all of her memories of the Doctor and her adventures with him. She also shows up alongside a hallucinogenic vision of Jamie when they're trying to lead the Doctor into a trap. And yeah, that's pretty much it. She shows up a bunch of times later. And at one point in the Mind Robber, she displays a weird control of some nebulous martial arts form where she's able to pretty much wipe the floor with a comic book superhero 3 times her size. However, as I mentioned, that was during the Mind Robber, which takes place in a land called the Land of Fiction, a parallel universe where everything is possible. So it's questionable whether or not she actually is as strong as that episode made her out to be. So,
Was it Venusian Aikido?
no, that was before that. It was weird. He showed up to punch her. She just grabs his fist and flips him.
Nice.
Sounds like Venusian Aikido.
Venusian Aikido is there's an element to that, but it usually deals with tacos in the chat. Venusian Aikido has a lot of emphasis on using your fingers to disable your opponent. Make that what you will.
Let's not touch that one there.
Is she helpful at all? Like, that's my only question. Does she actually do anything? Because great that she's smart, but does she do anything?
She's very smart. She's very useful. But like I said, on more than one occasion, her impressive intellect gets her into trouble.
Yeah.
You know who she sounds like to me? She sounds like a Steve Urkel from
Is that why you didn't want to bring up her voice, 50?
Her voice isn't that bad, but it's what she has to say.
Yeah, it's the context more than it's the.
But she's definitely a lot less annoying than Steve Urkel. I'll say that.
So where would we put this go-go girl?
Bow ties. I vote bow ties.
Bow ties are cool.
50?
They are cool.
Yeah, maybe low bow ties, maybe high.
So below Vicky?
Yeah, definitely below Vicky. She doesn't deserve to be that high. Okay, back to S-tier territory.
Yeah, next up we have the fondly remembered, the very loved Brigadier General Lethbridge Stewart.
Brigadier Alistair Gordon Lethbridge Stewart.
I couldn't remember the first name.
Yeah, that's this guy. First of all, played by Nicholas Courtney, which we previously talked about, who also played Sarah Kingdom's brother. But he first meets the second Doctor, Amy. Sorry, I keep doing that. First Doctor, Jamie and Victoria in the London Underground in very early to mid 20th century, battling the Great Intelligence, which becomes a much greater foe later on. Yeah, it wasn't the first time we technically saw the Great Intelligence, but it was the first time he was named as the Great Intelligence.
I'll be damned.
Yeah, he helps the Doctor and his companions beat an army of Yetis controlled by the Great Intelligence. He's first introduced as Colonel Lethbridge Stewart at the time, but he appears much later during the invasion storyline where the Cybermen try to invade the Earth in 1968, where he's promoted to Brigadier. And he left the British Army and became the head of UNIT, the United Nations Intelligence Task Force, and that was his. He helps the Doctor defeat Cybermen. That was his last appearance there. He is then later shown for the entirety of the Third Doctor's era, because after the Time Lords got rid of the Doctor's companions, they took the information of how to use the TARDIS away from his mind, forced him to regenerate into his third incarnation, and exiled him on Earth in the 1970s, alongside where he's eventually found by the Brigadier and Unit. And the Brigadier pretty much shows up all throughout the John Pertwee era in almost every episode, where the Doctor is immediately appointed Unit's scientific advisor, and he helps Unit with all kinds of alien regarding shenanigans. But that was the first encounter of the Silurians, which is the species of another companion we're going to get to see later. Then obviously the Brigadier opts to kill all the Silurians right when the Doctor was about to broker a peace between the two species. That's become a regular thing in Doctor Who, unfortunately. But yeah, he appears sporadically. He's present in the first ever multi-Doctor story, where the third Doctor meets the second Doctor and the first Doctor. That was obviously because Brigadier was there when the second Doctor was still around. He immediately recognized them, and he's still a bit skeptical about what the Doctor is actually doing inside the TARDIS, but he kind of leaves him to his own devices. That was the first time he actually went inside the TARDIS and realized what he was actually doing in there. But then later, when the third Doctor regenerates into his fourth incarnation, he's there, present. He watches it happen. He's then seen a couple of times here and there, and then he's just completely taken off the show until much later during the fifth Doctor's era, where he comes back and it's revealed that, thank you, Soda, he was replaced by Colonel Riken. I'll never let you forget that.
Nope.
But at that point, he retired from Unit and became a college professor, where he met the fifth Doctor in two different points in his own personal timeline, right after he left Unit and several years after he left Unit, involving in a multi-Brigadier story with two versions of the Brigadier from two different points of time and space. He actually, there's a moment where both Brigadiers accidentally touch each other and save the universe that way, which is the opposite of something that another companion did by touching herself. We'll get to that in just a second.
Especially when you phrase it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then
is right.
He shows up about a year later for the 20th anniversary special, The Five Doctors, encountering all the Doctors around at that point, which he pretty much met all of them. Nicholas Courtney technically did meet the first Doctor because he played a different character at that time. He then showed up once more in the episode Battlefield in the seventh Doctor era. He returned for Dimensions in Time, the 30th anniversary special, which was his one and only scene that he did with the sixth Doctor, Colin Baker, and his last official appearance in the Doctor Who universe, played by the same actor, was in an episode of the Sarah Jane Adventures called The Enemy of the Bane, where he plays an old-aged Brigadier. For the most of modern Who at that time, it was alluded to that the Brigadier was stranded on a wild goose chase in Peru. That was his first appearance in the modern era, where he's seen with a walking cane, which hides a dart gun inside it, which is very cool. He helps Sarah Jane break into the Unit's Black Archive, which is where they keep all their really dangerous tech. He then returns to Peru for some reason, and the next time we actually hear about him is in the season finale of season 6, series 6, during the 11th Doctor era, where the Doctor tries to recruit him for one more adventure. Is confronted with the news that he actually passed away peacefully in his sleep. He then shows up later during the 12th Doctor's final episode of his first series, converted into a Cyberman, and finally gets his long due revenge on the Master, shooting Missy, the current Master, with a Cyberman laser bolt. And during the majority of the 11th Doctor and 12th Doctor's eras, his daughter, Kate Stewart, sort of takes on his role as the head of Unit and personal aide to the Doctor.
Yeah, and that scene where Doctor finds out that he had passed away was written in memory of Nicholas Courtney, who had just passed away.
It happened right around that time that he passed away.
That was written as a send-off.
Wow.
And didn't Mark Gatiss play the Brigadier's ancestor?
Yeah, Mark Gatiss actually played him in the 12th Doctor's final story, Twice Upon a Time, where he met the 12th Doctor and the first Doctor, and that was the illusion that it was his son who eventually became the Brigadier.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so this guy, he's, in my opinion, right now, top of the top.
Yeah.
Above Ian, above Jamie.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Without question.
Fantastic.
Like he's one of those legendary characters that is just as iconic as the Doctor.
Yeah. What the devil is going on here? Why have you changed your appearance? What happened to his Grant?
Yeah.
And obviously, let's not forget one of his most iconic lines ever.
Sorry.
Not that one. Not that one. Perfect timing. But his most iconic line ever. Chadwick Winks there. 5 rounds rapid.
One of the things I'd read about that the Brigadier did was he always left out 2 glasses of scotch in case the Doctor ever showed up.
Yeah, that's when he did on his deathbed. He still kept waiting for the Doctor to show up right up until the day he died.
I just love things like that in Doctor Who. Okay, so next up we have someone I've never heard of, Sergeant Benton.
Yep. The technically speaking, the last second Doctor companion, even though he's mostly recognized as a third Doctor companion, Sergeant John Benton, who didn't really have a first name for the majority of his time. He was later given his name John because he was played by actor John Levine. He showed up during the Cybermen invasion that we mentioned earlier. He was mostly a background character, but apparently he was so good as a soldier in unit, as Corporal Benton, that they kept him around and they promoted him to sergeant when the third Doctor showed up, and he was fiercely loyal to the Doctor and his traveling companions. He's fiercely loyal to unit, going so far as to even breaking some unit rules to help the Doctor save the world. He gets turned into a baby at one point during a story involving the Master. So that's pretty cool. But obviously, the Doctor finds a way to revive him and to restore him. And he was one of the first few to sense a conspiracy among the ranks of unit. We'll get to that. But he continued to be a loyal member of unit right up until later. In expanded media, all I found was that at some point he left unit and started writing novels about his time on unit, and he became a used car salesman. And he definitely has the job for it. So,
So what do you think then, 50?
I mean, technically speaking, a lot of official sources in Doctor Who don't consider him a companion. I say that's bullshit because he's one of the best. And his first time in the TARDIS during the 3 Doctors, the 10th anniversary special, he walks into the TARDIS. He's walked into the TARDIS by the Doctor and Joe. And do you know what he says when he first figures out that it's bigger on the inside?
Holy shit.
No, the Doctor says, well, aren't you going to say that it's bigger on the inside? And he's like, well, I think that's pretty obvious, isn't it?
Nice.
Very nice. I have to ask, that whole people saying it's bigger on the inside, how early did that start?
I mean, I think kind of since Ian and Barbara. Wow. Ian is like shocked. He's like, but it was a police box. I walked all around it. How can it be? The exact phrasing of it's bigger on the inside, I'm not sure when it happened, but pretty much goes all the way back to the beginning. I mean, that's how the audience is introduced to this ship. It's not like you see the first episode starts inside the TARDIS, and then they introduce the idea that it can be bigger on the inside. Then they leave, you see the police box, and then you're like, oh yeah, it makes sense. No, it's a shock to the audience, much like it is a shock for the companions who walk in there.
So where does Sergeant Benton belong?
I'd say definitely either Molto Bene or Fantastic. Do we want to wait for Ben? Actually, maybe not Fantastic, maybe just Molto Bene. But
where in Molto Bene?
Probably between Susan and Katrina.
So what are your thoughts on this gentleman there, Jess?
He is a gentleman. He's definitely a gentleman.
Well, then he can go in Molto Bene.
So right in the middle?
Yeah, put him between the 2 girls.
Yeah, good for him. He deserves
It's
it.
him.
So next up, we have Liz Shaw.
Elizabeth Liz Shaw, who curiously only was there for a handful of episodes, but she was definitely impactful. And
Yeah, isn't she like the first companion that the Third Doctor meets? No.
Yes. She was brought on as Unit's scientific advisor right before the Doctor showed up, and she sort of became his assistant. She was initially skeptical of the idea of aliens. She obviously turned that around very quickly once she actually saw living plastics, which was actually the debut of the Autons in the
Autons.
in the show's history. But she was very much her own woman. She was very smart. Her intelligence often rivaled the Doctor, and she was a good, faithful, loyal friend to the Doctor for the majority of the time. She left Unit right after John Pertwee's first season, claiming that the Doctor is just all the Doctor needs is someone to hand him his beakers and test tubes. That's an actual quote that she said. But she occasionally came. She went back to Cambridge, which is where she originally came from, and she occasionally showed up in expanded media here and there, helping the Doctor out. She met Sarah Jane Smith at one point during a comic book run that we're definitely going to cover on this show. But she also showed up as another hallucinogenic vision to kind of convince the Third Doctor to fall into a trap, similar to Zoe and Jamie. But obviously, the Doctor sees right through them. So, and I believe she showed up. Yeah, she showed up in Dimensions in Time, the 30th anniversary special. And as of the episode, hi Ben. As of the episode, The Death of the Doctor in the Sarah Jane Adventures, it's mentioned she's still working as part of Unit on Unit's moon base that they apparently have.
Okay, so where does she belong? Let's start with you, Jess.
Oh God.
Way to throw you under the bus.
I know.
Unit bus.
I'm trying to think about where everyone else is placed, so then I can. Can I see the screen one more time? I just want to see where everyone else is.
There we go.
Okay. Thinking molto bene. I don't know if I'd put up on fantastic looking at the rest of the companions we've still got to go.
I wouldn't go that high either. What about you, 50? 50, can you hear?
That's a great place to put her.
Sorry. I would say bow ties, actually. I think bow ties.
Okay.
Okay. So how about like right in the middle, like low molto bene, high bow tie?
Yeah.
Like top bow tie.
Ben, you're the tiebreaker. You're the bow tie breaker.
Let's say bow tie, because bow ties are cool.
So we'll put her at the top of bow tie, end of molto bene. Next up, we have someone who also has appeared in Modern Who.
Yeah.
Jo Grant.
Josephine Jo Grant. Officially, she was brought on as Liz's replacement for the Doctor, both in the show itself, but also in Unit. She sort of lied on her resume and used her father, who has a high point in the military, to pull some strings to get her to be the Doctor's newest assistant. She was there when on the first episode where we get to see the Master, and she very oftentimes had to confront the Master, one of the few human beings that actually learned to resist the Master's hypnotic control, which is not easy to do. She continued to travel with the Third Doctor right up until Pertwee's fourth season, where she met this sort of Nobel Prize-winning environmental scientist guy. She fell in love with him, and they got married, and forcing her to leave the Doctor and changing her name to Jo Jones, which is kind of funny. And then they went, and the reason they left, the reason why they left the Doctor was to travel the Amazons to save the rainforests. You know, it was the 70s, guys. Come on. Yeah. But they continued to travel all around the world as environmental activists. That was very much strong point of her character. She was very passionate about the planet. She was very much an environmentalist, and she was last seen in the death of the Doctor, the Sarah Jane Adventures episode, alongside her grandson Santiago, played by Finn Jones, by the way.
Who?
Years before Iron Fist.
Oh, that's right.
So yeah, her son Santiago, so named because that was where he was born. She then reveals that she has 7 children and 12 grandchildren, 13 on the way. And she helped Sarah Jane quell an attempt by the Shan Sheath to steal the key to the TARDIS, meeting the 11th Doctor. She also obviously met the second Doctor during that storyline, and that's why she wasn't surprised when she met the Doctor and it was a completely different person. She then had one last trip on the TARDIS from where was supposed to be the Doctor's memorial service all the way to Sarah Jane's apartment, Sarah Jane's house, I should say. Still apparently oblivious to what happened with the Time Lords, because she met a bunch of them. She just didn't know that they all died by the time that she met the 11th Doctor. But then obviously she continued to travel the world, saving the world even without the aid of the Doctor. And she was last seen on a broadcast on YouTube last year called Farewell Sarah Jane Smith, featuring a bunch of companions who came to give their respects to Sarah Jane Smith, and she was there in the memorial service along with her granddaughter, Rio de Janeiro.
Wow. Okay, I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah.
So I personally would put her at the top of Fantastic.
Yep.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Definitely fantastic.
Yeah, she's really good, but she's not quite up at absolutely fantastic.
She's not Sarah Jane Smith, which we will get to.
Yes.
So next up, we have another person I've never heard of, Captain Mike Yates.
Okay, this guy is going to be pretty difficult to judge because here's the thing. He's first introduced as an officer in unit who is kind of like the Brigadier's second in command. Okay. At times, he often takes on the role of leading unit when the Brigadier is away. The Brigadier has had multiple captains sort of fill that role throughout his appearances as the head of unit. And this guy was the only one that stuck for some reason. So it tells you something about him. And he was very much a spy for unit at times. He was a double agent a lot of times. He often infiltrated certain organizations to find out what they know and to help the Doctor and unit. Eventually, though, he was hypnotized by the Boss, which is not Ben Bateman. It's a supercomputer called the Boss, and kind of changed his worldview on humanity. He then joins up with a cult that is intent on reversing time back to the time of the dinosaurs to what they call a perfect Earth, untainted by human meddling. Again, 70s. Yeah, I guess they didn't know about the Silurians back then, but yeah, it was very much Damien Dark's plan in that season of Arrow, if you remember. Yep. But he tried to. But obviously, he's found out through help with Sergeant John Benton. That was when Benton really was the first to notice that something was off about him, and it was through his help that he was discovered. Obviously, he was outed. He comes back in Pertwee's final season trying to redeem himself. Obviously, he was honorably discharged for medical reasons because they didn't want the story getting out of a traitor amongst the ranks in unit. Military. I know that better than probably the four of us. But yeah, he then comes back trying to redeem himself by investigating a cult of worshippers who are worshipping giant spiders. I'll spare you the details, but yeah, they're worshipping giant talking spiders that take over people's bodies. He alerts the Doctor to it and gets his redemption. He's rehired into unit a bunch of times. He's later seen in Dimensions in Time, the 30th anniversary special, as a driver, which would suggest that he got demoted, as is the case for a lot of military people when stuff like that happens. And I believe he at one point left unit to join a different military group. I just can't remember which one.
So where would you put him?
And it's tough because he was a very, very good companion, among the first ever to betray the Doctor's trust. So I don't know. But like I said, he did redeem himself. I really need to get myself keep myself awake, guys. Please excuse me. But yeah. I mean, all the good he does obviously saves him from imbecile.
Yeah.
And potentially even rice pudding.
So bottom of bow ties?
Low bow ties?
Oh yeah, very bottom of bow ties.
All right.
Bow ties are cool.
Bow ties are cool.
I like how Ben's just consistently keeping up with that every time it's mentioned.
Oh yeah, bow ties.
Why not? That would be my thing.
Like consistently.
Ben bow tie Rainer.
There we go.
That's me.
Go ahead and change your name.
So next up we have
the S tier to end all S tiers,
Yes.
guys. Go ahead and put her at the very top of S tier when I explain her very long and complicated story. Okay, show.
No, don't. We have a lot of companions to go through.
But it's Sarah Jane Smith. Come on,
I agree, but 50. We're not even at 20 yet, and we're an hour and a
We're
half.
not? Oh
No.
my gosh.
Like, Sarah Jane, let's give her a long one, a good one, but we got to start paring them down afterwards.
Okay. Sorry, Sarah Jane.
No. Let's give her the prop. Let's give Sarah Jane what she deserves.
Okay. So do you want me to trim it down? Okay. She first meets the third Doctor posing as her aunt, who raised her after her parents died in a car crash, which she inadvertently caused through a intervention with the Trickster. She then travels with him. She meets there for the first ever introduction of the Sontarans. She continues to travel with him. She witnesses she was the one that Captain Yates reached out to, trying to redeem himself, because obviously she's a journalist. She then continues to travel with the fourth Doctor after he regenerates, after being horribly mistreated by the Doctor and Eldred in the episode The Hand of Fear. She furiously decides to go back home. Interestingly enough, at the same time, the Doctor gets a message from the Time Lords telling him that he needs to come back home, and he can't bring humans with him, so he leaves her behind, and where he thinks is Croydon, only to realize, and then she realizes she's not there. She then comes back a bunch of times.
I
and she
love
comes
how
back.
they bring that up at the end of school reunion. She gives them shit for that. I love it.
Yeah, yeah, and to the fan base didn't really know where he put her up until that episode. But back to basics. She came back. Later in life, she received a Christmas present from the Doctor, which was actually the K9 Mark IV. Both of them showed up in the Five Doctors. She was kidnapped by Barusa. She helped the third Doctor defeat his old mentor Barusa. She showed up again in the Dimensions in Time. Then she shows up, as we mentioned, in School Reunion with the K9 Mark IV. Yeah. She continued to travel. She continued to defend the Earth from her attic in 13 Bannerman Road, Ealing, along with her adoptive son, a failed experiment by the alien race known as the Bane. She named him Luke. She continued to defend the Earth from her neighborhood with her son Luke, her friends Maria Jackson, Clyde Langer, Rani Chandra, and eventually her adoptive alien daughter Sky. And as previously mentioned, she passed away while all these guys were away on their own personal businesses. And she met the Doctor multiple times in School Reunion, in The Wedding of Sarah Jane Smith, and in Death of the Doctor. And obviously,
let's not forget, she was also a big part of Tennant's run too. She appeared at the end of Journey's End.
Yep.
And she was also in The End of Time Part 2, when the Doctor saves her son Luke from being hit by a car, which was actually an in-joke by Russell T. Davies, because actors never really look both ways before crossing the street, because they know there's not going to be a car coming to hit them. But he kind of put that little slide joke in there.
Yeah, she's you can't help but fall in love with Sarah Jane Smith from the first moment you meet her. Which for me was School Reunion.
And according to Elizabeth Sladen, she was a very shallow character in her first run with the Doctor. She said she was in an interview, she was very yes, not doctor, no doctor type of companion, which I firmly disagree with, because in the episode Genesis of the Daleks, which was the debut of Davros, by the way, the creator of the Daleks, she's the one, when the Doctor is contemplating whether or not to actually kill the Daleks and prevent them from ever existing, she's the one that tries to convince him to do it, stating how dangerous the Daleks will eventually be. Of course, he doesn't do that, but, you know. It's Sarah Jane Smith. She's the best. She's the absolute S tier, and she's going to stay top S tier. I don't care what other companions we're going to have.
One of my favorite moments with Sarah Jane is actually when we first see her in School Reunion and seeing David Tennant react to seeing Sarah Jane Smith, and he's playing it as a doctor, but you could see David Tennant himself shine through in that performance, because he is a huge fan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many actors get to go through what he did? Not just with her, but Peter Davison and that whole story that happened with him.
Yeah, so she's right there, very top.
Yeah.
Tippity top of absolutely fantastic. Next up, we have another person who I've never heard of, Harry Sullivan.
The reason why we even have an F tier on this list.
Ooh,
okay, so Harry Sullivan is Unit's chief medical officer right around the time that the Fourth Doctor regenerates. He then travels with the Fourth Doctor for one whole season. Interestingly enough, we never actually get to see any footage of Harry Sullivan inside the TARDIS, which is interesting. Because the interior of the TARDIS was not shown at all during that season.
What?
Anyways,
he wasn't even in the TARDIS.
No, he was. He traveled with the Doctor. No, he traveled with the Doctor in the TARDIS. We just never get to see him inside the TARDIS.
Okay.
But he traveled with the Doctor to the very far future. He helped him save the future of humanity, fight a Sontaran, almost prevent the genesis of the Daleks, and fight some Cybermen along the way. The Doctor then returns him to Earth during an invasion of the Zygons, which is the first ever introduction of the Zygons. He shows up one more time during an android invasion, and that was the last time we ever get to see him. According to official Doctor Who lore, he then became the head of NATO after leaving UNIT. And according to Sarah Jane in the episode Death of the Doctor, he did great works with vaccines, saved thousands of people. Now, tragedy struck time. Reality is often a disappointing time. He never actually did return to the show because the actor Ian Marter tragically passed away from a heart attack on his 42nd birthday, alone in his apartment, found several days later. So,
my God.
But apparently,
he died on his birthday?
Yeah, he died on his birthday.
Holy shit.
Why was he alone on his birthday?
I don't know. The story doesn't really tell the details. But he thought now, that's the actor. Character-wise, the guy's an idiot. I don't know how he made it to being UNIT's top medical officer. He blunders into mistakes. He's very the Jar Jar Binks of the Doctor Who universe. He keeps getting himself into all kinds of stupid situations, contradicting the Doctor, proving himself wrong all the time, to the point where he tries to remove a bomb from the Doctor's chest that would have blown the entire planet to smithereens, forcing the Doctor to yell the iconic line at the top of his lungs, "Harry Sullivan is an imbecile!" Which is the reason why F tier is named the imbecile tier.
Nice. I was wondering where that came from, because the only other insult like that I remembered is, of course, Mickey the Idiot.
That's why I went with imbecile, not the idiot.
Yeah.
I can't wait until we get the Mickey. Mickey.
Oh, yeah.
I've taken the prerogative and put him at the very bottom.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
that's the tier named after him. So makes sense to me.
Is Jackie on here?
Yep.
I mean, look at the list, man.
It's right in front of you.
Okay, leave me alone.
So next up, we have what can only be described as a shot of sex appeal into the Doctor Who universe, Leela.
Oh yeah,
Oh, baby.
Wow.
Leela of the Seva team. She's from a time very, very in the far future of humanity. The exact time era is not known, but she's a survivor of a crashed ship that landed on a distant planet, where the crew of the ship split into two distinct factions: the Seva team and the Tesh. The Seva team named after the Survey team, and the Tesh being the technicians. The Seva team are savage warriors. Skilled in melee combat and hand-to-hand weapons. The Tesh are these telepathic scientists, technopathic people. Now, here's the confusing part about that story. The Doctor, at one point, the fourth Doctor, one of the few times we actually get to see the Doctor traveling on his own, landed on that planet at some point and fixed the ship's main computer, or rather, he thought he fixed it. Unfortunately, the computer got his own personality, and that's how the two factions formed in the first place. Now, it's either right after Sarah Jane left, or immediately after his regeneration, because there's a scene where we almost see the TARDIS leaving and coming back. So it's a bit questionable as to when that happened. Now, Leela, in and of herself, is incredibly intelligent considering where she comes from. The Seva team, she's banished for her intelligence being a little too closer to the Tesh rather than to the Seva team. That's where she meets the Doctor and decides to travel with him as his companion. And it's a very much, I think, Katarina done right. A character like this meeting all these highly advanced technological stuff. Obviously, like I said, as a way to inject some sex appeal into the Doctor Who universe. But yeah, she's a very skilled warrior. She's very fiercely loyal to the Doctor. She protects the Doctor, saves his life on multiple occasions. She helps him stop an invasion of the Sontarans into Gallifrey at one point, which is actually her final story, where she falls in love with a Time Lord and decides to stay behind on the planet. It's stated later in the Doctor Who universe that the Doctor missed their wedding and that she actually became pregnant at one point, which would have been the first natural-born Gallifreyan since the Looms, as which we already covered. Mm-hmm. Now, here's where it kind of gets complicated, because it's stated in official Doctor Who lore that the idea of first of all, the seventh Doctor meets Leela when she's still pregnant, and he asks her to name her son Doctor after him. It's stated by story runners at that time that her son was eventually going to be the Doctor at one point or another, sent back through time and became the Doctor. Obviously, that never happened because that kind of fell apart. But it's believed that she stayed behind on Gallifrey, becoming Romana's bodyguard during the Time War, and presumably she died along with Gallifrey during the Time War.
Well, okay then.
And she came back in Dimensions in Time as a clone. She was cloned by the Rani in that story.
So where do we put Leela?
I'd say fantastic.
I was thinking the same top of near the top of fantastic.
Just shy of absolutely fantastic. She's not an S tier, I think, but the whole part about her potentially being the Doctor's mother, I don't think that would have fly. People are still giving Clara shit. So,
but it would have made for a great cameo at the end of time.
True.
Played by none other than Claire Bloom. Okay, so next up we have the first non-humanoid companion.
True.
K9!
And another
S.
Yeah.
With the picture taken
from
school reunion.
Yeah, he was given to the Doctor as a gift from a scientist in the 51st century. I believe that's the first time you actually get to see the 51st century in Doctor. Oh, actually, the second time, but be in the 51st century, I should say. He helped the Doctor protect, save the universe more than once. It seems like they were spending more time fixing K9 rather than actually being with him. Happened immediately after his first episode, but then the K9 Mark 1 stayed behind on Gallifrey to look after Leela. When K9 fired up the Mark 2, which also stayed in East Space with Romana, came back with her to Gallifrey, where she became the president. Presumably both K9s died in the Time War. K9 Mark 3 was given to Sarah Jane, as we mentioned, and sacrificed himself in school reunion when the Doctor gave her the Mark IV, which sadly didn't get to appear too much during the first 2 seasons of the Sarah Jane Adventures, because he was trapped in a parallel universe, stopping a black hole from devouring planet Earth. Now, in outside of the universe stuff, there was a bit of a rights issues between the original creators of K9, which came up with a K9 solo series for Australian television, because those were the only ones who actually allowed to broadcast the thing. But yeah, once the show was done, K9 came back as a full-on character in the Sarah Jane Adventures season 3 onward, and allegedly left with Ace after Sarah Jane passed away.
So, where does
S tier, right?
Yeah, but where in the S tier?
I mean, appearance-wise, I think he had more appearances than the Brigadier. But I don't know. I think we should put him between Jamie and Brigadier.
Yeah.
I was thinking between Jamie and Ian and Barbara.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I'm saying between I'm saying between Brigadier and Jamie. You're saying between Ian and Barbara and Jamie. Ben and Jess, what do you think?
I'll go with whatever you guys say.
Oh, thanks.
Thanks,
Cool. So I'm gonna have to split this.
No pressure. No.
Yeah, between Ian and Jamie, I reckon.
Yeah, I'll say that too.
I can see defeat.
Well, thanks. After the fact, joining in and being like, that's definitely what I was going to do.
Oh, jeez. Ben, you cheeky bastard. So
that's me.
it's not a show on this network if you don't try to cheat somehow.
Yeah.
So this one you're gonna have to explain to me, 50. Romana.
Okay.
So, is this a regeneration? Like, what happened?
Yes. She's a time lady and she regenerated. A blunder on my part. I should have probably told you there is actually a possibility to find a picture with both those actresses standing side by side. But Romana, a time lady from Gallifrey, who was chosen by the White Guardian for her excellent intelligence. She was chosen to accompany the Doctor in his search for the key to time. During that whole storyline, along the way, she met Princess Vastra on a different planet, which is the second actress that you see, that she took her form when she regenerated. There was a scene where she was going through several different bodies, trying to figure out what she would look like, and she's ended up settling on Princess Vastra, her body. So that's why both actresses met each other during that episode. That's why you can find a picture of both of them.
What's it called?
The Rebus operation.
Rebus.
Okay, she continued. Now, the first Romana was very cocky. She considered herself smarter than the Doctor. She proved the Doctor wrong on multiple occasions, but then when she became the second Doctor, she was much more funny. She was much more lighthearted. She actually grew to actually appreciate the Doctor for who he was. And she stayed behind in East Space to try to help stop a leonine species, that the Tharils, from being enslaved by humans and used as navigation computers. And obviously K9 stayed behind with her. She then later came back to the main universe, or rather End Space as they call it, and became the Lord President of Gallifrey with Leela as her bodyguard. and she was deposed by Rassilon when he was resurrected to lead the Time Lords in the Time War.
So where do we put the multi-faced Romana?
She was the noblest Romana of them all. I don't know. That's either a molto bene or a fantastic to me.
I remember her in more times.
Really, both
No,
times.
molto bene.
Okay.
What about you, Jess?
I would have said bow ties, so we can go molto bene.
And when she was first introduced, that's one of Tom Baker's funniest exchanges. And that's saying something. When she introduces herself, she says her name is. She shows up inside the TARDIS saying, "My name is Romana Dvoraknalunda." That's her full name, by the way. And Tom Baker just sits there saying, "Well, I'm terribly sorry about that. Is there anything we can do?" And then it leads to probably my favorite Tom Baker line of all time, where he's talking to her and he's like, "Your name, it's too long. By the time I called out Romana Dvoraknalunda, yeah, by the time I called out, you could be dead. We'll call you Romana." "I don't like Romana. It's either Romana or Fred." "Oh, I like Fred. Let's go with Fred." Right then. Come on, Romana.
Or Fred. Romana or Fred. That is awesome.
Right.
Okay,
Come on, Romana. Let's go,
Top
Romana.
of molto bene?
Yep.
Yeah.
Molto bene.
Molto bene.
Molto bene. Now I want the
Oh
pasta.
boy, I was wondering when we get to this guy.
Okay, so this is probably the most shocking departure on the list, I would say. Adric.
Yep, Adric, a young Alzarian boy from East Space who helps the Doctor
Fifth Doctor.
No, the Fourth Doctor, who helps the Fourth Doctor stop a takeover of his people and then stows away in the TARDIS, dragging himself back into End Space, the regular universe. He then joins the Doctor as a companion once Romana and K9 leave, and he continues to travel with the Fourth Doctor right up until his regeneration. And he witnesses the Fourth Doctor regenerating into the Fifth Doctor. He helps the Doctor come back to the TARDIS and continues to travel with the Doctor and a group of companions right up until the Cybermen show up. And right before that, he starts to feel like he's getting mistreated and getting the short end of the stick on a lot of occasions. And he decides to leave the Doctor and go back to East Space, which causes a fraction between the Fifth Doctor and Adric. And eventually, the Doctor refuses to go back into East Space, but then Adric is like, "Okay, I'm smart. I'll do the calculations myself. You just get me there, and I'll make contact with Romana and K9 and make my own way." Then the Cybermen will show up, obviously, about to crash land their. Now, long story short, they're about to crash land their ship into planet Earth, but then Adric is able to change their trajectory, forcing them to crash land on Earth, forcing them to time travel back to 65 million years ago, or rather 66 million years ago. But he fails to save the ship, stop the ship from crashing into planet Earth. Right as he finally comes up with the final calculation needed to stop the ship, the Council is blown apart by a dying Cyberman, who in his last ditch effort destroys the Council with a weapon. And Adric's final words are, "Well, now I'll never know if I was right." And then the ship crashes into planet Earth, causing the extinction of the dinosaurs. And Adric was later then seen as a vision to the Fifth Doctor during his regeneration into the Sixth Doctor.
I remember watching, they did this thing around the 50th anniversary where they pretty much did like a 40-minute episode on every Doctor to brush you up on who they are. And yeah, when they got onto Adric, everyone and he was being interviewed was like, "Ooh, that was tough."
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. This guy has repeatedly been voted the most hated companion of all time.
Why?
Because he's an obnoxious know-it-all, very similar to Zoe, though not as smart, even though he is an alien. You can't really see it in this picture, but he's got this little gold star on his chest that was given to him for mathematical excellency. He often butt heads with the Doctor, getting himself into trouble and very much a blunder a lot of the times, thinking he's smarter than the Doctor, realizing he's not. And it's actually the gold star that the Doctor uses to kill the cyber leader, because apparently in the classic series, Cybermen are allergic to gold somehow. So he just smashes the star into the Cyberman's chest. And right after Adric dies, the episode ends with the last shot being on the Doctor's face, transitioning into the broken star on the floor as the credits are rolling with no music.
That they showed that in that special.
Yeah, and sometimes I think because people hated him so much even back then, that the showrunners were like, oh, really? You hate him so much? Okay, he saves everybody by sacrificing himself and destroying the Cyberman spaceship. How'd you like that?
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like Jason Todd without the red hood.
So where will we put Adric then? Because his death is pretty epic.
Yeah, I think his death is what saves him from Imbecile. But
so where'd you put him? Top of rice pudding?
Yeah, either bottom of rice pudding or middle rice pudding, I think.
Bottom.
Jess?
Yeah, because he is
I
very
agree.
So below Taylor?
Actually above Taylor, I think.
Does that work?
Yep.
Okay, so next up we have Nissa.
Okay, this is going to be pretty complicated because she's an aristocrat from the planet Kraken, daughter of Thramis, I think that's his name, the daughter of Thramis, the Council of Kraken, and the stepdaughter of Cassia, who I believe is also big in the royal family of Kraken. Now, her stepmother worships a giant statue called Melka, who just randomly appeared in the planet one day. She gives him flowers every day, talks to him. Eventually, the statue takes over her mind and forces her to commit a coup on the planet, thereby killing her and swapping places with her, becoming the ruler of the planet Kraken, only to be revealed later that it was actually a ploy by the Master, and Melka, the statue itself, was the Master's TARDIS the entire time. And this was all a ploy to lure the Fourth Doctor into Kraken, take over his body, because at that point the Master lost all of his regenerations and became a walking skeleton. Obviously, the Doctor thwarts him, and the Master fails to take over the Doctor's body. However, the Master's TARDIS is still there, luring Nissa's father, which again I forgot his name. If you can just look it up for me, that'll be nice. So the Master takes over her father's body, becoming like the new Master. So every time Nissa and the Doctor come across the Master, he's got her father's face, which throws her into a huge dilemma. So she basically has to fight her own father.
Tremis.
With what? Tremis, yeah. I remembered something like that. But yeah, she traveled with the Doctor for a very, very long time because between Davison's first season and his second season, there's a bunch of Big Finish audio plays where it's just the Doctor and Nissa traveling on their own, the Fifth Doctor, I should say, because she was right there when he regenerated into the Fifth Doctor. Yeah, she's definitely has shown to have matured during her time with the Doctor. She eventually leaves the Doctor behind to stay on a space station at the very center point of the universe called Terminus to help a lot of victims who suffer from a powerful virus called Lazar, I think. And then obviously she later continues to travel on her own. She meets the Doctor in her aging years on her own. That is where I start to zone out. I don't exactly remember, but she's pretty big in expanded Doctor Who media. But yeah, she's very smart. She's one of the few companions who's shown the ability to actually pilot the TARDIS without the Doctor's help. So that's saying something. And she's got various relationships with Adric and our fellow companion Tegan, which we'll get to in just a second. But yeah, it's revealed in the farewell Sarah Jane Smith that she actually showed up in Sarah Jane's funeral, placing her on Earth at the very least in 2020.
So where does she belong?
I'm saying either, yeah, I'd say fantastic. I wouldn't say absolutely fantastic just yet. Others might disagree with me, but I'm saying fantastic.
Yep.
What do our other non-classic Who knowing people think? We're almost there. We're almost there where the rest of us can talk.
You know what?
I'm getting there.
Yeah, I am. As you can see, I'm thinking bastard. I am. I'm
ask for that
going to
last
say
thing.
bow ties because bow ties are cool.
Okay. I'm saying fantastic. You're saying bow ties.
I'm gonna go molto bene then. I'm gonna go right in the middle.
You guys suck.
I knew because I was gonna put you in that position.
What? Oh my lord. Oh my lord.
Actually, I'd be fine with molto bene if you
I'll
want.
okay, I'll put her above Romana.
Above Romana. Wow. Okay, that's great. That's good.
Well, you said fantastic. I heard a molto bene, so I figured I'd
Okay.
I'm
I'm down with that.
So next up, we have one that when I first heard about this companion fascinated me, an Australian flight attendant named Tegan.
Yeah, played by a British actress for some reason. Anyways, she was introduced in the Fourth Doctor's final story, Legopolis, alongside her aunt, which then gets killed by the Master. And her car breaks down. She wants to go into a nearby police box because apparently they're still around in the 80s, and to call someone.
Yep, they were.
Somehow finds herself in the TARDIS and taken away by the Doctor on her way to her first day on the job as a flight attendant. That's why she's always wearing the flight attendant suit. She was on her way to her first day on the job for basically the entire first season. And obviously she's there when the Doctor regenerates into his fifth incarnation. She continues to travel with him and Nyssa and Adric. Right after Adric dies, the Doctor tries to take him away to obviously in classic Doctor Who fashion, he tries to go one place. The TARDIS goes to a different place, which ends up being Heathrow Airport, where she's been trying to reach the entire time. And
Nice.
after they stop a ploy by the Master to gain access to the Doctor's TARDIS, and the Doctor and Nyssa leave her behind, thinking that she finally found where she needed to go, so she doesn't need to be with him anymore. So she stays behind for about a year or so, then gets fired right as she goes to Amsterdam to help out with her cousin who just lost his passport, coincidentally meeting up with the Doctor and Nyssa again after several months have passed between the last time they saw each other for both sides. She continues to travel with them. She's there when Nyssa leaves. She's obviously there during the Five Doctors. That's a different story. The Five Doctors, where she meets different versions of the Doctor himself. And later, during the beginning of the Dalek Civil War, where two groups of Daleks splintered and started fighting each other, she was horrified by all the death and destruction that happened because of the Daleks. So she decides to leave the Doctor completely. Later in life, she sort of trained herself to believe that none of what happened with the Doctor actually happened. I believe she at one point had a crush on a famous pop star named Johnny Chest, which is believed to be the son of Ian Chesterton and Barbara Wright, Ian and Barbara. And the last we heard of her, she was mentioned by Sarah Jane in Death of the Doctor, staying in Australia, fighting for Indigenous Australian rights. And she was also seen with she was also mentioned during the webcast of Sarah Jane's funeral, where it was hinted that she was in relationship with Nyssa.
Oh, cool.
Oh, nice.
Right on.
And obviously, her and Nyssa appeared as a vision by the Fifth Doctor when he regenerated into his sixth incarnation.
So where will we put her? Because in all honesty, she sounds like a bow tie to me.
Yeah, she's a bow tie.
Bow tie does make sense because Matt Smith actually references her in an episode.
That's right, he does.
Bow ties, bow ties are cool.
Mm-hmm.
So where in bow ties?
I'd say above Liz, I think.
Anybody object?
No.
Nope.
I said Liz. That's Vicky.
Oops, sorry.
There we go.
So next up, we have an interesting named companion, Vizlor Turlo.
Yeah. Thank you for actually saying his name right. Vislor Turlo.
That was a guess.
Yeah, yeah. I had a hard time trying to figure out what his name was before I actually saw him. So this guy is from the planet Triton, and where also fell prey to a civil war. His entire family became prisoners of war, and he was exiled to Earth in the 80s. He found himself admitted into a boarding school for boys taught by Brigadier, or rather Alistair, because he wasn't the Brigadier at the time. But yeah, that was the return of the Brigadier, who was then recruited by the Black Guardian, who was still pissed at the Doctor for denying him access to the key to time. He became an agent of the Black Guardian to kill the Doctor, despite refusing multiple times. He showed some resistance to the Black Guardian's mind control, but not entirely. He sometimes tried to thwart the Doctor. Eventually, after Nyssa leaves, he finally meets both the Black Guardian and the White Guardian in person at the end of Enlightenment, where the Doctor claims that he has no need of Enlightenment, which is like a prize given to the winner of some big race across the galaxy. Yeah, he has the choice of gaining enlightenment and becoming all powerful, and denies it because knowing that if he accepts, enlightenment also becomes property of the Black Guardian. So he denies enlightenment, forcing the Black Guardian to destroy himself. And he's forgiven by the Doctor for all the horrible things he did, and becomes a full-on companion. He's there during the Five Doctors storyline. And later in his final appearance, he saves a human from drowning, realizing that she stole a bag of artifacts from beneath the ocean. One of the artifacts has a symbol that is actually branded on him, which is a symbol of the prison planet that his family is being kept on. He convinces the Doctor to take him back to Triton, his home planet, where he meets his father and brother, and decides to stay behind with them to continue his old life.
So where do we put Vislor Turlo?
Can I just say, is it me, or does he look like Alan Tudyk? I don't know.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Teeny bit. It's the chin.
Yeah.
I don't like the way he's looking at me. I want to put him in rice pudding just for that.
If I'm not gonna lie, like in that same documentary thing that I was watching, like he comes off as such a creep.
Yeah, he is.
Rice pudding.
He's a very bad companion, but I think the fact that he was able to resist the Black Guardian saves him from imbecile. So right at the bottom of rice pudding, bottom.
Yeah, that's the only reason why he's not an imbecile.
Yeah, but nice, awesome name. I'll give him that. So next up we have Chameleon. Now explain this one.
Oh,
hey, this guy happened.
Why has it got nipples?
I think I don't know.
Weirdest part.
You know what? Okay. You know who this guy looks like to me? I'm sorry. He looks like the Bicentennial Man.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Except with dryer vent ducting as his arms.
He's so creepy.
Yeah.
He kind of looks like a creepy C-3PO too.
Creepio.
Yeah.
We shall call him Creepio from now on.
Creepio, yeah.
So
I mean, that does make sense. Okay, so Creepio, also known as Chameleon, is a shape-shifting robot android thing stolen from the Zerafin by the Master, and is used to trick the Doctor into fighting him, where he somehow gets knighted by the king, which is actually then revealed to be this guy. And yeah, he fights his programming by the Master and decides to join the Doctor on the TARDIS, and he's only ever seen once after that. In his final episode, which is he is then being taken over by the Master, trying to lure the Doctor into a trap, which is actually the same episode that Vislor leaves. And after almost killing the Doctor and his new companion, which I'll talk about in just a second, the Chameleon just can't handle being controlled by the Master anymore. So he asks the Doctor to destroy him, which the Doctor reluctantly does, using the Master's main weapon at the time, the Matter Compressor Eliminator.
Quite the name for a freaking gun.
Yeah, it shrinks you down to action figure size and kills you at the same time.
Imbecile?
Yeah.
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 Where an imbecile.
I mean, he died. He begging for death, and he did save the doctor. So top of imbecile.
Okay.
Yeah.
So next up is someone who, the moment I saw her, I was like, I think I'm in love. Perry.
You haven't seen her on the show yet.
Oh, I've seen clips. What is her full name?
Perpigillium Perry Brown, which, by the way, is the reason I won my Doctor Who match against Chris Ingle, because he couldn't say her name. He was asked what was the companion who witnessed the Fifth Doctor regenerate. He thought it was Tegan. It was actually her.
What kind of name is that? I've never heard that name before or since.
Me neither.
And she's the first American companion, is she not?
Yeah, once again, played by a British actress for some reason.
Yeah, go figure.
Okay, she first meets the Doctor in Turlough on an island called Lazaronte alongside her stepfather, Dr. Foster, Dr. Foster, who, according to some expanded Doctor Who media, sexually abused her when she was younger.
Whoa.
But yeah, she tries to run away from him with the bag of. He's a marine biologist. She tries to run away from him with the bag of things he found at the bottom of the ocean. She almost drowns. Turlough saves her. That's how he gets in possession of the bag that leads him to his own planet. And she continues to travel with the Doctor after Turlough leaves and Chameleon dies. She's the reason why Chameleon is actually able to break the Master's hold on him. But yeah, after that, they travel for a very long time in expanded media. A lot of Big Finish audio productions. Before officially, she only showed up for like 2 episodes. Right after this. So yeah, after that episode, she became her and the Doctor were infected with Spectrox toxema, which is a poison from the Androzani Major. Their health continues to deteriorate throughout that episode while the Doctor searches for a cure. He only manages to get enough for one person, so he gives it to her and regenerates into his 6th incarnation, which she has a very troubled relationship with because he's very unstable. He tries to strangle her in his first ever episode on the show, which is a wonder that she actually stuck around with him. She keeps butting heads with him all the time. Eventually, she kind of grows to like him right towards the end of his run, but then during the Trial of a Time Lord season, and the episode Mind Warp, she's kidnapped by an alien called Keeve, and he transplants his brain into her head, shaving her head with one of the worst cases of bald cap I've ever seen. But yeah, it's believed she died and had her consciousness replaced with this alien.
For a moment when you started there, I was like, Porky Pig. Because the way you said believe.
But that was later revealed to be a mislead by the Valyard, who kind of messed with time. And yeah, while the Doctor was on his way to save her, he was taken by the Time Lords and put on trial for apparently crimes against time. It was later revealed that she was perfectly fine. She marries King Yikronos of Thoros Beta, and she became his queen. Had a very rocky relationship with a guy who's a very definition of male chauvinism. At one point, they came back to Earth, and he became a professional wrestler. But that story is considered non-canon at this point. But yeah, she then later at one point realized that there was a mistake to becoming the queen. She became the mother of his children, but then decided to leave and come back to Earth. So, and she also came back during the Dimensions in Time.
So where do we put Perry?
I mean, just based on all the bullshit she had to deal with, I'd say bow ties, or both of them.
Yeah, bow ties. Cool.
Bow ties.
Okay, where in the bow tie?
I mean, I'd say high bow tie above Tegan. I'd go there. Well, Tegan, I forgot to mention this. Tegan also suffered a lot during her time with the Doctor. She was taken over by the alien consciousness known as the Mara on 2 separate occasions. I think that qualifies as maybe more than what Perry had to deal
below
with.
Tegan?
Oh yeah, between her and Liz.
Okay. Next up, we have the frizziest of frizzy hair, Mel Bush.
Yep.
Oh
Melanie
wow.
Okay, so
The health nut who tried to get Colin Baker's doctor into shape.
Yeah. That's when you first see her in the show.
Yeah.
Now, this is kind of, sort of, maybe the precursor to River Song. Because here's the thing. During the trial of a Time Lord, right after the Doctor unfortunately had to leave Perry behind, it was the time for the Doctor to present his case of and prove that what he does is good for the rest of humanity and for the rest of the universe, sorry, and realizing that his timeline starts to change from an unknown source, later revealed to be the Valyard, he decides to pick not something that he's done in his past, he picks something from his own personal future, featuring a time where he actually was already traveling with Melanie for a very long time. Her actual first encounter with the Sixth Doctor never actually appeared on camera. It has appeared in a novel called Business Unusual, and right after she helped him win the case against him in the Time Lord High Court of Law, there was a Big Finish episode that showed the Doctor trying to return her to her own time, which coincided kind of with sort of maybe the first time they met, or rather when it featured a very wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey episode of the past Doctor with future Melanie encountering future Doctor with past Melanie before she met the Doctor. And dinosaurs, because why not?
I see what you mean now.
Yeah. And also there was dinosaurs in that episode, because why the hell not? Yeah. Anyways, she was later seen unconscious during the Sixth Doctor's regeneration into the Seventh Doctor, which led into a bit of confusion because she never actually did see that happen. The Doctor's enemy, the Rani, pretended to be her. She disguised herself as her and sort of convinced the Doctor that she was her, leading to a fight between these two guys. So that was one of the few times where the Doctor actually fought his own companion. Obviously, that was taken aside, and she then continued to travel with the Doctor, meeting with another person she met last time during the Doctor's trial, Sabalom Glitz, who she decided to continue traveling with him on board his spaceship, the Nosferatu 2, hoping that she could one day change him and turn him into a good person. Eventually, she realized that was a hopeless cause, so she asked him to take him back to Earth.
Okay, so where do we put Mel Bush?
I don't know.
Ben.
Lower half of the list, I think.
Rice pudding.
Yeah, because I mean, she's mostly recognizable by traveling with the Seventh Doctor, who introduced the idea of rice pudding as a joke.
So
sounds fitting then.
Okay.
Yeah,
where
rice pudding.
Rice pudding?
Oh, middle.
Yeah.
So between Adric and poor man Ian.
Yeah. She's also, I believe, the reason why the Seventh Doctor became vegan at one point.
Oh, what fun.
So next up, we are finally here. We are at the last companion of Classic Who. We are at the singularly named Ace.
Yeah, full name, Dorothy McShane. Full name, Dorothy Gale McShane.
Of course.
From the Wizard of Oz?
Yeah. Yeah. So she was a regular 16-year-old girl who got suspended from what?
Yeah.
She was
late 20s.
She was presented as a 16-year-old girl.
I feel a little bit of Evan Baxter in there. Evan Hansen, I mean. Evan Hansen.
Can I get on with the bio, please?
Sure.
Okay, so she was expelled from school after showing reckless behavior with explosives, and then somehow got caught up in a time storm that sent her billions of years into the future, to the planet Ice World, where she served as a waitress, which is where she first met the Doctor, Melanie, and Sebalam Glitz. After helping the Doctor save Ice World, after Melanie left, she decided to stay with the Doctor and help him. She gave him the nickname the Professor, of the affectionate nickname the Professor, and while he did disapprove with her use of violence and weapons and explosives, which she named Nitro 9, he eventually grew to like her more and more, and she would explore her past. She was kind of the precursor to Rose Tyler, because that was the first time we actually get to see a companion life on Earth, her friends and family, traumatic moments that happened in her past that the Doctor helped her get over. At one point, she got tired of the Doctor being a manipulative douche and always trying to abuse her to further his own gains. She leaves him at one point. This was after the show was canceled, by the way. This happened in the books. She then comes back at one point, sort of giving the Doctor a taste of his own medicine, and she continues to travel with him. And at one point, she came back to Gallifrey and studied in the same academy where the Doctor studied, to eventually become a Time Lord. And she apparently helped Romana and Leela during the Time War. Somehow she found her way on Earth for Sarah Jane's funeral, where she gave respect to Sarah Jane. Apparently she met her at one point or another, and she takes K9 with her after the service is over. Now, here's the thing. A lot of people not only would put her at S tier, a lot of people would say she's top S tier.
Really?
From the stuff I've seen, I can't agree with that.
I would have put her in Fantastic myself.
Yeah.
That's where I would go.
Okay, bottom of Fantastic or above Kate or Kingdom?
I'd say above Kingdom, but maybe below Grant. Sorry, Joe Grant.
What do you guys think? Sound about right?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay. So now we are on the American TV movie Doctor Who, the movie, which
first actual American companion.
With an actual American companion starring Eric Roberts as the Master. We have Dr. Grace Holloway. Filmed in Vancouver, I will say. So it's an American production taking place in the States, filmed in Canada about a British character.
Yeah.
I mean, it is, but it is very distinctly American. I mean, Canada is still in America.
See, when you hear the dubbing classic Who, I thought you meant we were finally going to get on the ones I know.
That we are 2 away. This one more, and then we are on to Rose.
Okay, so Grace Holloway is also known as the Amazing Grace. She's a surgeon, apparently the top of her game. She gets called from an opera during a date where her date leaves her because she left to, save people because she's a surgeon, asshole. But she's called when the 7th Doctor gets shot. She was called there to remove the bullets. But because she's unfamiliar with his Time Lord physiognomy, 2 hearts, she does an open heart operation. What she thinks is an open heart really is an open hearts operation to try to figure out why his heartbeat is so crazy. And she accidentally drops some medical equipment into his chest, killing him, forcing him to regenerate into his 8th incarnation, where she first doesn't register that it's actually the same person that she helped kill, essentially, until he starts pulling the medical equipment out of his chest. So she then helps him stop the Master from opening the Eye of Harmony and sucking the Earth through the TARDIS, ending pretty much all of time. At one point,
probably the most epic looking TARDIS of them all. Like that thing, it's huge.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it's technically the first modern TARDIS, and it's movie budget at that point. Yeah. Sort of movie budget. Well, but at one point she becomes a servant of the Master after getting infected by the Master's venom. I still can't quite get over that. The Master then kills her, and the TARDIS brings her back to life through the Eye of Harmony. And she meets the Doctor once or twice later in expanded media, but refuses to continue to travel with him. She decides to do all the good she can. And I believe she was also mentioned by Sarah Jane Smith in that episode that I keep referring to.
So where do we put the one-off Dr. Grace Holloway?
I think she's a very definitively middle of the road companion.
Yeah.
First companion, by the way, to kiss the Doctor.
That's
I
true.
should probably point that out.
Yeah, no, they kind of
Okay, Portobello.
Portobello?
Mm.
You mean Molto Bene? I'm like, you said Portobello. I'm like, what?
I was like a mushroom? What are we on
Yeah.
about?
Sounds to me like a type of pasta.
Portobello mushrooms.
Yeah,
the
portobello
type of
mushroom.
mushroom.
You know what I mean.
So where in
I was
Molto
going
Bene?
to say bow ties, but
Yeah,
50?
I agree with bow ties.
Okay, where in bow ties?
I need to see the list again. I
Could you
can't make a
take
judgment.
the
I can't
picture
remember.
off for a second? I'd say between Ben and Polly and Vicky.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
I mean, she's definitely not on Zoe's level. Also, can I just say that I forgot to mention this up top, but Zoe being such a straight A student for her entire life, it feels so good to put her in C. To give her a C. It's like, ha, fuck you.
Probably the first C she's ever gotten in her life.
Yeah.
Yep.
So next up, we have the second companion from the Doctor Who movie, but he is of a lesser companion of sorts. We have Chang Li.
Yeah, the guy who actually finds the Doctor, and actually he calls an ambulance for the Doctor after he gets shot.
Yeah.
Then again, he is kind of the reason he was shot because he was there during the gang war. So really, it was his fault. Then he steals the Doctor's things, claiming that it's his own. Grace tries to stop him, and then he becomes a servant of the Master for a time, willingly, not because he was infected by venom or anything, but he then eventually breaks free from the Master's control over him, realizing that he's actually playing for the wrong people. The Master killed him, but then, just like Grace, the TARDIS brings him back to life, and the Doctor, for helping him, gives him several bags of gold dust to help him, get rich, I guess.
I would put him in rice pudding.
Yeah, rice pudding makes all the sense in the world.
Where in rice pudding?
Definitely above Turlo. I'd say between Turlo and Steven, maybe. I mean, he wasn't really a companion for a very long time.
It's true.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. We are finally at Modern Who. 2.5 hours.
2.5 hours in!
Boy, how's your voice doing, 50?
I'm glad we finally had Modern Who so I can take a bit of a break.
Yes. We are at who a lot of people consider the best of the Modern Who companions. I wouldn't go that far, but I think she's up there. We have Rose Tyler.
Yep.
Finally, Ben can talk. So, Rose Tyler is a shop girl who runs into the Doctor because she goes to investigate something weird going on in the building. Hey, Jess, you're just in time.
You're back just in time.
I knew what was coming, so I hurried back.
So, you want to take over the description, give 50's voice a rest?
I mean, you
Why
started
do you not want to do it?
Okay, I'll keep going. So she meets the Doctor when she goes to investigate something going on in the department store she works on. The very first words he utters to her are "run."
Run.
And from then on, that's all she does. She joins him on the TARDIS for a lot of adventures. She meets her father along the way, tries to save him, which causes a paradox in time. And then he has to sacrifice.
Which is why she's not the top companion, just saying.
Yep. And that causes him to sacrifice himself so time can be rewritten. Personally, I think she gets better when she becomes Tennant's companion.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Because that first season, she's kind of I don't want to say a ditz, but she's dumb.
Very doe-eyed, just stares
Very
at
selfish.
things and doesn't really react much.
Yeah.
She rips open the TARDIS because she wants desperately to get back to her boyfriend. Just saying.
Mm.
Pretty much. And that's what causes him to regenerate because he has to absorb all of that energy from the time vortex.
The boyfriend in question's kind of as well. So really, hun, that's who you're gonna like do that for? Of all people, okay.
Yeah, and then knowing how much more she falls in love with the Doctor when he becomes Tennant, because basically that's what their season is. It's a story of how the Doctor fell in love, really.
Yeah.
Right.
And
but they had great chemistry together, and they worked really well together.
Oh, of course, Tennant. Yeah, I think he has better chemistry with Catherine Tate personally, but no, it's true. You could definitely tell that they were into their characters, and
I think with Catherine Tate, it's more of a back and forth type chemistry and not love.
Very platonic.
Yeah, and of course, the famous series 2 finale of Doomsday, which has the iconic scene of them being separated on the beach.
Oh, yeah.
The universe between us.
She's the one that her and her mom and Mickey help nurse the Doctor back to health when he is in the middle of regeneration in the Christmas invasion. What else am I missing here? Help.
She came back.
Yes, true. She came back in season 4.
She also came back in Day of the Doctor as Bad Wolf.
Yeah, that's right.
That technically wasn't her.
I don't know whether you can consider it because it's
I mean, it wasn't really her. It was the moment.
I mean, watching that episode last night from Matt Smith's era, and as he was playing in the TARDIS, you see flashbacks of Rose, Martha, and Donna.
Great use of promotional stills, BBC. Great use.
Yeah.
It's so obvious.
I got me in those films.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying I didn't like it. I'm just saying it's pretty obvious that it is taken from a promotional image.
I mean, one or maybe 2 of them is actually the image we're using in this tier list.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. We'll get there in a moment. Where do we put Rose Tyler, though? I mean, she is an S tier.
Yeah.
But where do you put her above Jamie, above the Brigadier? She's definitely not above Sarah Jane.
She's not above the Brigadier for
Nobody's above Sarah Jane.
So above or below K9?
Above K9.
Above K9.
Yeah.
I agree.
I'll agree with that.
Now we are on to.
You forgot to mention that she also started working for Torchwood on the parallel universe.
That is true.
And the Doctor last sees her before she met him in the End of Time.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna have a great.
The last companion he goes back to visit.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have a great year. What was it you're about to ask, Ben?
I was just about to say that same exact thing. It went right out of my mouth.
You snooze, you lose, Ben.
So next up, we have what I can say is Ben's favorite character, Jackie Tyler, who I agree with Ben sucks in the Eccleston season, but I love her in the Tennant season.
Yeah.
I guess it's okay. I didn't love that moment with everyone on the TARDIS and Tennant's like, no, not you, Jackie. No.
Yeah, because everyone is obviously just stay there. So great.
But to be fair, in his defense, though, if he actually gave her something to do, would she be able to work a space-time ship? All these other guys actually did travel in time and space with him.
Yeah.
For years.
Yeah.
So.
No, that's why he didn't want her.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Also, I don't think the TARDIS would have liked her very much.
No.
So I'll toss this one to you, Jess, if you want to run a little bit of Jackie. Is there one you want to run off then? Because I think we should all take a turn. Okay, Ben,
I want to do the pawns. That's who I want to do. I want to do the pawns.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ben,
the pawns.
Take your favorite character.
Why? Why?
Because this is gonna be funny.
She's very was his mom. She's annoying. I don't know.
Okay, so Jackie Tyler is a single mom of Rose Tyler. They live in the tenements together. In the first season, she's portrayed as she is also like this a little bit going forward, but mostly in the first season, she's portrayed as not exactly the highest class person.
I just love the fact that when Rose has been missing and she comes back, doesn't know that she's been missing, and her mum's talking to her, and then she's saying, like, you need to get a job. Doesn't really care about anything else, but it's like, where's your job? And it's like, she's been missing for months, and that's your problem? Is that she doesn't have a job?
She loves Rose, but you can tell sometimes her priorities were elsewhere.
Yeah.
And all she cared about was getting a man.
That's true. That's true. And she's the first time she meets the doctor, she flirts with him because, of course.
Oh God, yeah, it's really disturbing too.
It's really awkward. I just love his reaction. Okay.
His reaction is
no. But basically, she spent the first season very. She does not trust Eccleston's doctor at all. Basically, she thinks that he is taking her to her death, and in some episodes, pretty damn close.
Yeah.
However, she starts to turn around on him when he transitions into Tennant, and the tone of the series starts to get a little more lightheaded. They definitely have a comedic. She's the patsy to him, like she's the butt of his jokes, butt of a lot of people's jokes, really. She's mostly there just as the nagging mother in the back. The only time you ever really see her take proper charge is when we get to Doomsday and she joins the Doctor in Torchwood.
Yeah.
Right? As his companion. There was so many jokes made at her expense in that.
I'm 40!
Yeah.
Really? But really, the only time you ever see her really truly become a take charge character is in Journey's End.
Journey's End.
And even then, she
blows up a Dalek.
She fought a Dalek, but that's about it.
Yeah, okay.
She turns into a Cyberman in an alternate reality, yes.
Yeah.
Also, speaking of Daleks, I can't believe I dropping all these information bombs at random. Going back to Ace there for a second, she was so determined to show off how badass she is. She dismantled a Dalek with a baseball bat once.
Oh, that's awesome.
Ripped him apart. And Jackie shot a Dalek. That's what you get.
With a paintball gun. No, sorry, wrong companion.
No, we're getting there. We're getting there. Same episode, but we're getting there.
Same episode. Okay, so where do we put Jackie? I mean, I would say well, okay, we know.
I knew that was coming. That was not even. But we don't even need to throw it to him.
I would put her in rice pudding.
Really? I would have put her in
rice pudding.
She helped save Sarah Jane.
Yeah, that's why I would put her in the low rice pudding.
And let's not forget, it was her tea that saved the Doctor's regeneration.
And because of course it's Doctor Who. So
I know
Ben would put her at the very bottom of rice pudding. Where would she go?
Oh yeah, she's the bottom of rice pudding.
Yeah,
actually, I agree with that. I mean, I definitely say she's not as good as Turlough. So yeah.
No, she's not the best companion because she's only been on a couple times. She's more the butt of the joke. That's what she is.
Yeah.
But because she's done a few good things, that's why she can't be an imbecile.
Yeah.
And then next up after her, we have Mickey the
Speaking
Idiot.
of imbeciles, we have Mickey the Idiot
Smith.
Can we just put him in the tier and then?
So you guys don't like Mickey, eh?
He's just a complaining boyfriend, and it's a trope that they had for boyfriends for a while. I mean, Danny's similar, where he just doesn't quite get it. Rory's the only one in this sort of era where he actually kind of understands and also goes along with it and enjoys it. Whereas Mickey,
he also tells the Doctor no.
Yeah, he actually puts his foot down. Mickey annoys me to no end.
I mean, Mickey was with two companions. He was with Rose, and then he ended up with Martha.
But I also,
by the way, in that webcast that I keep mentioning, the Farewell Sarah Jane Smith, both Mickey and Martha showed up to Sarah Jane's funeral with their son August.
Nice, August.
They had a son together.
Or August Smith. Personally, I think what happens with the character does after Rise of the Cybermen Is that the episode with the alternate reality?
Yeah, Rise of the Cybermen and Age of
Mhm.
Steel.
Yeah, because that's when he decides to stay on the parallel universe. But when he comes back, he's no longer that whining boyfriend.
Yeah.
He's actually a good character.
That was, to compare, that was his Centurion moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
Also
definitely
involving
redeemed himself.
Cybermen somehow.
You know what? I can't believe I'm saying this. I would put him in multi.
I would too, because of how well he redeems
Yeah.
himself when he's
Yeah.
back.
And multi is cool.
Wearing bow ties.
Let's see
If
which
I could see
people
around
are-
him,
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to do that.
I'd say between
Uh,
Perry and Liz. But that's
yeah,
just
I
me.
was actually just about to say that.
Between
Actually,
Perry-
come to think of it, now that I think about it, I think I actually put Liz behind Ben and Polly.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Funny how opinions can change.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll go with the expert on that one. And then next up we have someone who only appeared in 2 episodes and who I would personally put in imbecile myself, Adam
Yeah.
Mitchell.
Yeah.
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 I mean, just look at his face. That's all you need to know.
So he's from Eccleston's era. He appears in the episode Dalek. He's the one that goes with Rose and the Doctor to the future and he gets that brain
Oh,
implant in his
yeah,
head.
yeah. Emerson.
Yeah.
I remember
Wait,
Yeah.
Ben, there's more. There's more.
But
So-
he comes back in the book Prisoner of Time. It turns out he is the guy who is actually kidnapping all of the companions to try to get back at the Doctor, and he's being manipulated by the Master. And he actually redeems himself at the end by letting everyone go and defying the Master.
Sacrificing himself to destroy the Master's plan.
I know
But
Emerson.
while he does gain true companion status and validation from the Doctor,
Right there.
Yep.
Oh.
that's his gravestone, shaped like a TARDIS. I will say, though, while he is definitely an F-tier companion, he's an A-tier villain in that storyline.
Oh, it is like the TARDIS. I never noticed that. Huh. Yeah, I would put him in imbecile as a companion.
Cool.
Yeah.
But because of all the good he does in the comic book, he's the top of the imbeciles.
He's not as big an imbecile as the others.
Yeah.
Now, you guys stop flirting, okay? Just stop flirting. It is time
I wasn't doing anything.
Jack this.
Okay, hold
The
on.
man who would screw anything that
drink.
moves, and who are we in our something we're going to be doing. I'm not going to give it away, but let's just say it's going to be funny. Who wants to take Captain Jack Harkness?
I mean, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Anyone?
Are we going with me?
Let's go with
Yep.
50. You can also bring Torchwood into this.
Yeah, because it's a pretty big part of his character. Okay, so Captain Jack Harkness, original name, which I just found out today, Javik Piotr something. Can't remember what the third part of his name is. It's been a long day, guys. But yeah, he
Where's that
originally
from?
it was revealed in like a very recent book or something like that.
Ah,
But
Probably in one of the Big Finish books that they just came out with.
But here's the thing: he was born in the 51st century on the Boshain Peninsula, when his island became under attack from aliens who are
Where
obsessed.
he was nicknamed the Face of Bo.
Yeah, the face of Bo. But yeah, his
No.
island came under an attack from the aliens, who are still at this point unknown to the Doctor Who universe. Aliens who are best known for torture. They killed his father and kidnapped his. No, sorry, they killed his mom and kidnapped his younger brother Gray, forcing him to, which kind of convinced Jack to join with the Time Agency. Until he served with them for a lot of years, was one of their star students, until eventually he realized he was missing 2 years of his life. He wanted them back. He became a con man, trying to con the time agency, found himself in the 1940s during the London Blitz, but he met the Doctor, they were time agents, trying to con them, redeemed himself by saving them from a German bomb, where they repaid him in kind by inviting him onto the TARDIS, where he traveled with the Ninth Doctor right up until he was killed by a Dalek and resurrected by Rose, becoming the Bad Wolf, and she couldn't control her power, but she gave him eternal life, essentially. He stayed in Earth and in 200 and 100 for about a year before going back in time, trying to find the Doctor, but because his vortex manipulator was too badly damaged, he arrived in 1869 Earth. His vortex manipulator burned out. He couldn't time travel, and he encountered a child soothsayer who told him that he will only meet the Doctor in about 100 years, where he then became a freelancer for Torchwood, doing jobs for money. Also, during that time, he realized he couldn't die because he kept dying multiple times, but realizing he can't. He then became the leader of Torchwood 3 in Cardiff in the very beginning of the new millennium, in right on the December 31st, 1999, right at the end of the previous century, the beginning of this one. He then recruited a brand new team consisting of Susie something, Toshiko Sato, Owen Harper, and Yanto Jones, who also became his love interest for a very long time. He then also recruited Gwen Cooper after dying almost what looked like his final time of giving his entire life force to defeat a satanic creature known as Abaddon. It was thought he wouldn't wake up, but he then wakes up. He then hears the familiar engines of the TARDIS. He gets a notification on his hand of the Doctor, which he somehow acquired. He runs up and meets the Doctor, travels all the way to the end of the universe, where he meets the Master, travels all the way back to modern day, ends up living imprisoned for about a year in an alternate timeline, where he helps destroy the Paradox Machine, bring everything back, stopping the Master, going back to his time in Torchwood, where he stays for about a couple more years, helps the Doctor save the world save all reality from the Daleks, goes back to Torchwood. Unfortunately, during that time, he lost two of his team members, Toshiko Sato and Owen Harper. Then when the children of Earth become terrorized by the 456, which he has aided to in the past, he tries to fight them. They kill his love interest, Yanto Jones. As a result, he then is forced to murder his own grandson in order to destroy the 456, causing his own daughter to not even want to look at him for the rest of his life, which in his case is a very long time. So he decides to recollect his vortex manipulator and start traveling the stars once again. He comes back to Torchwood to Earth for about a year during the events of Miracle Day, where he becomes mortal again, but then uses his own blood to reverse the process of everyone becoming immortal except him, to bring it back to everyone becoming mortal except for him, in the process losing another good friend and Esther Drummond, and sort of creating another version of himself in Rex, whatever his name is. Unclear what exactly happens to him after the fact, but he then shows up once again, trying to find the 13th Doctor and warn her about a plot by the Jadoon in Jodie Whittaker's most recent season. He unfortunately is unable to find the Doctor in that time because the spaceship he hijacked realized that he wasn't the original pilot, and she tried to attack him. He then shows up again in the most recent episode, Revolution of the Daleks, which, by the way, I haven't seen yet because sorry, yeah, it's okay. I haven't seen yet because it happened right before we started our rewatch, so I decided I'm gonna wait until we finish the rewatch to finally get to that episode. But yeah, she apparently meets the Doctor one more time, and presumably continues to be with her, travel with her, for the next season of Jodie Whittaker. And he's even present in Sarah Jane's funeral service.
So where
Jesus, this guy has a long life, and presumably he eventually becomes the face of Bo.
Yeah,
in the far future,
telling the Doctor reveal scene where the Doctor and Martha are like, no. So where in S tier do we put Captain Jack Harkness?
I love that question. Where in S tier? I think between Jamie and the Brigadier.
Yeah.
You think he's above Rose?
Yeah, I do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think Rose had a bigger
Absolutely.
impact on the Doctor than Captain Jack. Personally, I would put him below Rose.
I think he had more of an impact on the entire
universe.
fandom as a whole. He got his own spin-off show.
That's true.
He did a bunch of the Monster Files back when he was with the Eccleston era. He appeared in a bunch of books. He even met River Song at one point or another.
Okay. So above, you said below, between Brigadier and Janie, then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Now
now we reach the point of the show where me and Ben are going to engage in a little friendly virtual fisticuffs.
Oh,
guess
who
we'll
likes
rewatch.
Martha and who doesn't?
So here's the thing. On this most recent rewatch, I realized Martha's is the best season of Doctor
She's
Who in person.
great.
And
Yeah,
my favorite
right.
female companion. It is Martha Jones.
Martha Jones.
I love me some Martha Jones.
Yeah. The best David Tennant companion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I'd
and
agree with that.
Yeah, I would agree
Yeah.
too. Agreed. For a long time, it was Donna, but on this rewatch, it's like, no, it's Martha.
Only thing I didn't like was the unrequited love thing because it just didn't make sense with how intelligent she is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It almost undermined it for me.
Only thing I didn't like is the fact that she ended up with Mickey after having almost nothing in common with him
Yeah,
besides the
that too.
color of her skin.
Which together they make the name of her first episode, Smith and Jones.
Smith and Jones.
Man, I mean, man, I mean this. I think the best attended episodes, Team Potter over Martha.
Yeah. The family of blood.
And as I said in our rewatches, they're not very good Doctor episodes. They are great Martha episodes.
Yeah, Martha is, when we first meet her, she's a doctor in training. She is working in the hospital when it gets put on the moon by the Jadoon. What's the full sentence?
Doing upon the moon.
Yeah. And right off the bat, she helps the doctor and she doesn't shy away from anything. And immediately she wins a place on the TARDIS. But yeah, as you said, Jess, she has this unrequited love for him that unfortunately, because he just got out of the relationship with Rose, he's not going to reciprocate. But she goes with him to visit Shakespeare, which is one of my favorite episodes, the Shakespeare Code.
Expelliarmus!
Oh god,
Damn
yeah.
it, I mean, to get right out of my mouth.
You snooze, you lose. Well, what do you? I mean, did you
My-
not know that that's what Soda was gonna say?
But you know what? My favorite line from that is 57 scholars just punched the air.
Academic.
Academics, yeah. What else is she do? Right. The biggest thing she could have done was in the final episode of series 3, where she traveled the world for a year
On foot, mind you.
on foot to tell everyone about the doctor and to say his name when the time is right. And she
Yeah.
saves the doctor. She saves the world.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
I
What other highlights can you get from that season from her?
Just from that season, because I can go on.
Oh, of course, we know you could go on. You have all the knowledge.
Ba-boom, 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 ba-boom.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Your brain's as big as Capaldi's hair.
Thanks. I'll take that as a compliment.
So take it over 50.
Okay, so right after saving the world again, no big deal. But after the events of Last of the Time Lords, her family was very badly traumatized because of all the suffering they suffered from the Master. So she decides to stay behind and look after them. She's then recruited into unit, bringing the Doctor back multiple times for certain adventures.
And she reappeared pretty quick.
Yeah, she also for a brief time she joins Captain Jack in Torchwood. She then assumes the position
season
of
1 or was that season 2?
season 2 of Torchwood.
Yeah.
She also assumes the position of Chief Medical Officer of Torchwood after Owen Harper dies. But when he gets better, she goes back to unit and he assumes his position back in Torchwood.
You heard that right. He dies and he gets better.
Yeah, he dies, but he gets better.
I got better.
Yeah. I was wondering if anyone would notice that. But yeah, she
Yeah.
goes back to unit. She's there. She was given probably the highest authority in unit at one point, the Osterhagen key.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the highest because it's only a last resort. But Yeah, she's then transported onto Darva's ship. She helps the Doctor and the companions bring back the Earth, and she then leaves the Doctor again. And it's actually Jack who persuades her to leave UNIT and become an independent alien hunter alongside her new husband, Mickey Smith. They were last seen fighting a Sontaran, saved by the Doctor when he generated into his 11th incarnation, and seen again alongside her husband, Mickey Smith, in Sarah Jane's funeral alongside their son, August.
So
I would put it right behind Sarah Jane, personally.
Really,
you would
that
put
high?
up? I would put her above
Wow.
Rose.
I put her above
Definitely.
Jack.
Above
Oh.
Jack? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go with
High
that.
praise.
I'll go with
I was
that.
I was afraid I was going to have to fight for her.
No,
You're just not fighting for
No,
me.
apparently not here.
See, yeesh.
You're
I
the
would've-
deciding vote now.
Fuck, I'm gonna stick with that. I'm gonna put her behind Jack, and before Rose. I'm
Okay.
gonna put her in solid number 4, just because, as it was mentioned, Jack has had a bigger impact on the community as whole with all
Sure.
the
Yeah.
spin-offs and stuff.
And
But
he's
I would-
still making appearances on the show today.
Although I
Yeah.
would love to see Martha come back. I want to see Martha come
I
back.
would
for the
love-
first story.
I would
Mm.
die to see Martha come back.
She's divorced.
Yeah.
from-
Which, by the way, Russell T. Davis is back. We could see Martha
Oh,
again.
yes.
I'm assuming you're excited about that, Jess.
Yeah, very
How
excited.
could they not be?
It's
I mean,
true.
people are
You're right.
saying that people are now speculating online that he's going to bring back Eccleston of all people.
Oh, imagine that.
That's
Imagine that.
I mean, he has softened in his opinions on Doctor Who in recent years.
He
He's
has.
doing the big finish
Yeah.
stuff. So
Mm.
But it's
Never
the whole
know.
working with the BBC thing, though, that would be irksome. And then
Yeah.
I sorry.
yeah,
No, yeah, I'm just
the
agreeing
big
with
finish. I
you.
believe they're working with BBV, not with the BBC. So,
But
but then again, the management has changed hands since he left.
that's true. But one of the things I've been hearing bouncing around is what if Matt Smith came back, because Matt Smith,
Oh.
Stephen Moffat has gone on record saying that Matt Smith started to regret leaving after he left, and he
course
said
he
he'd be
does.
open to coming
Yeah,
back.
I wonder why.
I'd love him
Nothing
back.
Nothing has been
Everyone will love him back.
Oh yeah, you think? How well do you think Matt Smith led Russell T Davies led Matt Smith's era would go?
Oh, that'd be the dream,
I don't know.
actually.
It would, but how would you write him back in?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you would.
Oh, are you talking about like for a whole season?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
wow.
one of the things being talked about.
Hmm.
At the very least, he's got to be back for the 60th.
Oh,
Of
yeah,
course
well,
he does. But if they're bringing him back, they're bringing him back for a multi-Doctor story, or you can just they can just add episodes that took place before the time of the Doctor, because there's a
Yeah.
period of time between Day of the Doctor and Time of the Doctor that we don't see, which also features someone who could have been a potential companion on this list, but because they only appeared in one episode, they don't really
Ooh.
count. Handles.
Oh.
I don't remember him.
Oh.
Handles, the little Cyberman head thing.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, don't you like Handles?
I forget. It's been so long since I've seen that episode. I forgot about Handles.
I mean, I would love to see another season of Matt Smith as the Doctor with Handles.
Oh.
Also, I should probably point out I should probably keep it for our rewatch, but there is an audiobook called Stories of Trenzalore or something like that. It's 4 separate stories of Matt Smith during the 1,000 years he spent on Trenzalore, and he's battling Cybermen, Daleks, the Mara, and one more thing. And obviously he calls people Barnable for obvious reasons.
Of course he does. So next up, we have, like I said, for a long time was my favorite Tennant companion, and honestly, you could make a case for her being one of the best. Donna Noble.
Donna Noble has left the library. Donna Noble has been saved.
The Dr. Donna.
Do we count them as separate companions?
No. I wouldn't. Donna Noble first appears in the show. Sorry, Ben?
I think he has one of the saddest endings.
Oh, agreed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a gut punch for sure. So we first see the Donna. We first see
The
Donna
Donna.
in the season 3 Christmas special, Christmas Invasion, which, if I'm not gonna lie, is not the best start for a character because she comes off like such a cow
Yeah.
in the
intended
episode.
to be a one-off.
Yeah, it was meant to be a one-off, but then she comes back as a full-time companion in season 4 in the episode. What's the name of that episode? Partners in Crime.
Partners in Crime.
Where, because after her time with the doctor, she starts investigating things, and they both end up investigating the same thing with the adipose.
Mm-hmm.
The adipose, and then she joins them on his journey from there, going to places like Pompeii, where she convinces him to save at least one family, which she does, who happens to look like Peter Capaldi, and that's where pretty much he admits where he got the face from.
Yeah. And also that's where he got the idea of saving the people on Mars.
Yeah.
In a later episode.
And the appearance might be carried together.
Yes.
As a soothsayer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
We get her meeting Agatha Christie in The Unicorn and the Wasp. We probably one of her best episodes, Turn Left, where she gets tricked by the trickster, and instead of turning left, which would have led her to meeting the doctor, she turns right and completely rewrites history. Where we have one of the most heartbreaking scenes that I didn't catch until this most recent rewatch. And it's when the family they're sharing the flat with is getting ready to leave, and he's the guy who's leaving is convincing Donna everything's gonna be all right. Where we're going, there's jobs, great living. Wilfred salutes him, and they share a look like, I know where you're going, and I'm sorry. And it's just like, oh, so heartbreaking. But yes, she ends up 50. Can you take this over? How she becomes a Dr. Donna again?
She ends up touching the doctor's hand after he dispels all of his regeneration energy into the hand, and they kind of merge, becoming a human Time Lord meta crisis that goes both ways, where there's a second doctor that's half human, and the doctor got and Donna got the doctor's brains to go along with her human body and personality.
And her as the Dr. Donna was so great. She's got the sassiness of Tennant. It's awesome. It's awesome. Yeah. But unfortunately, because she absorbs the brain of a Time Lord, she cannot sustain it. So the doctor has no choice but to wipe her memory, thus erasing any trace of her travels with him.
Awful.
Totally. Because it's
just the fact that she says no. The last thing she says is no.
Yeah. And that's where the famous gif of standing in the rain comes from.
Mm.
And then we see her once again in the End of Time, because the plot, her grandfather is the main companion of the episode, but we do see her. She's living a good life. She finally finds someone who loves her, who's a little ditzy, but whatever. Unfortunately, her memories start to come back. And just as everything starts to get overwhelming, turns out the doctor put a failsafe in there because he said, why wouldn't I put a failsafe in my best friend? And she sends out what basically is an EMP that completely kills all the versions of the master.
Telepathic EMP.
Yeah, telepathic EMP that kills all the versions of the master around her. She collapses. And once the day's saved, she complains once again, did I just fall asleep during this again?
And miss everything.
And the last time we see her is at her wedding. The doctor gives her grandfather and mother a lottery ticket, winning lottery ticket. And that's the last time we see Donna Noble.
Which is also a final present from the doctor and her father.
Yeah. Yes, in another heartbreaking reveal where it's like, I happened to bump into a guy named Noble who had Noble quid, and he bought the lottery ticket, and it's like, Russell T. Davies, you son of a bitch.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you sure you want him back, though?
I do want Russell T. Davies back. Because his while Matt Smith's era is the one that was the biggest, his was the best. And produced the most stuff out of it. Like we had two spin-offs come out of that.
Yeah.
Okay, where do we put
I'm already hearing rumors on the grapevine that it's a possibility they could bring Torchwood back.
I hope so. So where would we put Donna fucking Noble?
It would look like a good picture to have Donna, Rose, Martha, and Jack all standing together.
Yeah.
Yeah, she definitely deserves to be S. Where would you put her, though?
Behind Rose.
Behind Rose?
Yeah.
Behind
I
Rose?
put it between
or-
Martha and Rose.
Yeah, I would put her
Yeah.
above Rose.
And that's where I would go. That's
Yeah.
where I would go. Between Rose and
Yeah.
Martha. The holy trinity of the Russell T. Davies era.
Not just that, she's got a worse ending than Rose. Like, not worse as in
Yeah.
it sucks, worse as in
Yeah, at
it's
least
her-
Rose got to live with
Rose got her
a lot of
doctor
her
in
life.
the end.
Exactly.
Yeah.
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 Now we come on to who is one of my favorite characters to ever grace our presence from Doctor Who, Wilfred Mott. I love
Hey!
Wilfred Mott. Ben,
I
you
just
take this
think
one.
of
This
the
is one of the
gif.
shortest ones.
He's honest now. The York
Grandpa.
at the end of time is a great finale. He's funny, he's heartwarming, and there's really not that much to say about Wilfred. And yet, look at that hat. Look at that hat. That says it all.
It's not quite Christmas. Take that off. It's not Christmas yet. No, I shan't. Yeah, he brings such a breath of fresh air to the Doctor, and he loves the Doctor like a son, to the point where he says in the end of time, he's as good as my son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the doctor follows it up by saying he would be proud if he was his dad.
Yeah.
He also a funny line is just like, you're not coming with me. What, you want to leave me here with her?
Fair point.
Yeah, no, Wilfred Mott first appears in Voyage of the Damned as just a random person in the street. But then unfortunately, when filming season 4, the actor who played Donna's father unfortunately passed away before they could finish filming the first ending. So they rewrote the script and brought in this character Wilfred as her grandfather, played by the same guy. That's how Wilfred ended up in the series. And then they paid the final tribute to the father at the very end with him. But basically, he's there to be like, Donna's mom is kind of mean to her. She's kind of a bitch to her. Whereas Wilfred is the one that
The heartwarming grandfather.
the heartwarming grandfather, the one that Donna can talk to, the one she goes to for all advice, the one who's always encouraging her to reach for the stars. When she first properly joins the TARDIS as a companion, she asks him, the Doctor, where do you want to go? When he tells her, he flies right over where Wilfred
2.5 miles that way.
Yeah, flying right over Wilfred in the telescope, and he sees her. He's like, yeah, you go, Donna. You go reach for the stars.
And you can't help but cry tears of joy when he sees the Doctor and he realizes that's the same guy that teleported right in front of him. He's like,
Yeah.
it's him! It's
Yeah.
him! The excitement on his face is...
Yeah, no, we get some great moments with Wilf, but truthfully, his best story is the end of time because he is the central companion. He's leading a bunch of people trying to find the Doctor, ends up finding him, joins the Doctor on his adventures, ends up in outer space with some funny-looking cacti people.
Oh my lord, she's a cactus!
But unfortunately,
He's the cactuses!
the whole episode, the Doctor is wondering why Wilfred? Why does he keep running into Donna and her family, but particularly why Wilfred? And it is revealed that Wilfred is the bringer of Tennant's doom. He is the one who knocks 4 times.
Yeah.
But the Doctor, you know what? He takes it because he loves Wilf.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It would be my honor to quote.
It would be my honor. And the last time we see Wilf is at the wedding. They talk. Doctor gives him the lottery ticket. When Wilf sees the Doctor about to get in the TARDIS, tearfully salutes. And when the Doctor,
and then another famous sad gif.
Yeah, that gets.
which I'm just trying to cry just thinking about it because it's so sad. I love Will. The actor is still alive. Bring fucking Wolf back.
Yes!
Yeah, bring him back.
Bring Donna back. Please bring this guy back.
Yeah, at the
Yeah.
very least, bring the true noblest one of the family. Where do we put Wilfred Mott?
Here's the thing. I'm going to get a bit controversial here. He's definitely S tier or A tier, but not very high up because, as mentioned, he is the bringer of David Tennant's.
Yeah.
And
personal opinion aside, I would also put him in A.
Yeah, me too.
Top of A.
Yeah, top of A.
Definitely top of A, right next to Leela. Because I think the guy
okay.
between Leela and Joe?
Above Leela.
Yeah, above Leela. The top of A.
Right. And
Right
now,
on top of Leela. That's not good.
I saw you jump because you know what's coming up next. My personal
The Bonds.
my favorite companions.
The problem is
and
I'm now
Rory
thinking
Pond.
how the hell I meant to condense their whole story into like a blurb. Because we
I love
obviously
And we
kick off
haven't even
Matt
gotten
Smith.
to River Song yet.
I know. Here's the thing. So we kick off Matt Smith's era, obviously, with Amelia Pond talking to God, asking about the crack in her wall.
Santa
Matt
Claus.
Smith, sorry. Oh, Santa Claus. That's right. So the doctor obviously crash lands in her backyard, and she comes out and helps him, and that's where we get the whole fish fingers and custard from.
Yep.
And then he says that he's going to just take a wee trip around the block, and he ends up taking a lot longer than Amelia would have liked, which is why she becomes the girl who waited. So the 11th Doctor comes back thinking it's the very next day to find a very spirited, red-headed policewoman in the house that Amelia Pond lived in. We later find out that she's now Amy Pond, which is such a boring name. Amelia Pond was a fantastic name.
Very good name.
So yes, exactly. And then we obviously meet Rory, is he a nurse yet, or is he a nursing
point,
assistant
he's a
at
nurse.
this point?
He's a nurse.
Yeah,
okay.
First time we meet
At
him.
at probably the worst place for a nurse, at a coma ward.
Yeah.
Yeah. And all the coma patients are talking and saying doctor, and no one
He's the only one
believes
that
him.
notices it, and he gets laid off because of it.
Yeah, because they think he's nuts because he says they keep calling for a doctor. And it's actually a really brilliant introduction to Matt Smith as the Doctor. Such a good episode, that one.
Oh god, it's one of the best. It's one of the best introductory episodes for sure.
Because his little speech right before he says "I'm the Doctor" is brilliant.
Basically, run.
Yeah, exactly. So, how am I meant to condense all?
Hello. I'm the Doctor.
Oh god, yeah.
Literal chills. Like I got
love
goosebumps when that happened.
Yeah,
Because that was obviously my first ever episode of Doctor Who, and I was like, "What is this show? This is amazing."
That was my second. My first one was the Doctor, the Widow, and the Wardrobe.
See, no, that was my first, and I remember being like, "What is this? I love this."
Yeah,
And here's the thing: I came in all the way from the Tennant era. I hated the idea of Matt Smith as the Doctor.
Oh, you were
And
one
he
of
won me
those,
over
were you?
immediately. He won me over immediately in that one episode. He's not my second favorite Doctor of all time.
Yeah, he's my first. He'll always
He's
be
my first. He'll always be. Yeah, I'm the same. I'm in the same boat. Then obviously, Amy tries to kiss the Doctor, and the Doctor to try and make up for it after coming out of a cake at his stag
Love that
do, being
scene.
like,
I
I kissed your fiance. Takes them to it's Venice, right? Where we had the vampires in Venice.
She's a stripper. At least I think she's a stripper.
Yeah, just like
She's very
outside,
cold.
standing there, nothing.
Yeah.
And then he takes them to Venice, which is the first time we see Rory stand up to the Doctor, which is when I fell in love with him,
Yeah.
because he does this whole speech about people trying to impress the Doctor, and he's the first one to really go, people feel like they have to impress you, so they do dumb stuff to try and make you like them. Where do we go to from there? Because so we obviously skipped is it what's the one with the angels and the spaceship where we've got the drawer?
You touched on it. You're good.
Yeah, so and then we met River Song, and obviously that's where Amy figures out, because she says as an off-cuff remark, like, "Oh, is she your wife?" And he's like, yeah, basically. And she's actually quite taken aback by that. She's a bit like, "Oh, how dare you?" She's still got this weird little thing for him. And so that's also when they start laying all those plans for the, something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue. That happens in the Big Bang, isn't it? Or is it
finale? That's
yeah. So they're already laying the ground rules for that going forward, which I really loved about that season, where there's little hints towards it. And so where do we go to from there? You might need to help me out.
Then Rory dies trying to save the Doctor from a Silurian.
Rory dies so many times.
That's his
first one.
Yeah.
Actually, no, that's not even his first. His first was in Amy's choice.
Okay, his
first
one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually true. And then obviously he gets taken in by the crack in the wall, so he disappears from Amy's memories.
He never
He
existed.
never existed at all.
Yeah, that's
He
true.
never
That's
existed.
true.
Yeah.
Doesn't she still have his engagement ring or wedding ring? No, it's engagement
So
ring because they're
he
not
had
married
given the
yet.
doctor the engagement ring before he passed away, and Amy, I think the next episode finds it in his
She
pocket.
finds it.
She
Yeah,
finds it.
that's
Yeah.
right.
And okay, so
Yeah.
from there, she slowly, basically they land, they get summoned by Cleopatra, who is of course River Song, because of course.
Yes, she is
And
brilliant.
that is-
They go visit,
Actually, we'll get to that in just a second.
they go visit Stonehenge because that's where the Pandorica is, and it just discovered that Rory is there as a centurion,
You're right.
like out of nowhere. And it's revealed that the people who were trying to,
So many books.
it turns out, get the doctor, they had taken essentially, they created these autons out of things from Amy's room, one of which was a book of Roman soldiers. And inside
Yeah.
that book is a picture of her and Rory, which explains how Rory's there with
Yes.
all of his memories and stuff. And by the time she realizes that this is Rory, this is the guy she's meant to be with,
She shoots.
he shoots her because the auton part of his brain takes over, and he's fighting it the whole time.
Oh, it's so tragic watching him not want to do it, eh?
Yeah. He shoots her. She dies in his arms. The doctor shows up and says, "Put her in the
Put her in the.
Pandorica."
Because he doesn't know that it's for him when he's like the most dangerous thing in the universe, and it opens and it's empty. I'm like, oh, here we go.
Yeah, and it's for him.
They're all
And
here for you.
Yeah, and Amy ends up sitting in there for 2,000 years because she has to wait for someone with the same DNA to open it to fully
Which is
finish the,
little
the
Amelia.
process. And it's little Amelia, played by Caitlin Blackwood, Karen Gillian's cousin.
That's right. Doesn't she say buckle up, kid? Because
Yeah, buckle up,
it's
kid.
gonna be
It'd be a fun ride.
Okay, kid, this is where it gets complicated.
Yeah.
yeah.
And you as an audience member watching it, thinking it's the doctor, and you're like, what the fucking
Yeah,
fuck?
I remember being like, when did this happen? Because we never knew that she got put into it until later on.
This I would say is Stephen Moffat at his best.
Yeah, agreed.
Mm.
This is episode
Types
Stephen
of
Moffat's
stories.
best. It's revealed that Rory,
Because the
because
sun's
he cannot-
burning up. Or the sun's burning up.
Rory, because he cannot die, he does not need to sleep, he does not eat, watches over the Pandorica for 2,000 years, and there are rumors of the last Centurion, and it turns out it is Rory. He is the
The
boy
security
who waited.
guard. I
Security
know.
guard, but he's also the boy who waited.
They're the perfect match. It's
Yeah.
great.
From there, they go. They get married without any knowledge of the doctor, but something is picking at Amy's brain, and it's revealed. And as she starts to regain the memories, the wind swirls in the room, and the TARDIS appears in the middle of the dance floor at their wedding.
He just drop.
Yeah, dance like a drunk giraffe. They make fun of it. Turns out everybody loves it. He teaches it to them.
And
He
it
takes them
also
on their
became a
honeymoon.
gift.
He takes them on their honeymoon where they conceive a child. They
The Big
Melody
Bang.
Pond. Oh no, Melody. Is it
Melody
Melody.
Pond.
Yeah, it's Melody Pond because it's River
named after
Song
their
and
friends Mel,
Gallifreyan.
Mel, that the doctor had never met before. With the whole
And Let's
convolution.
Kill Hitler.
Yep, the aforementioned "Let's Kill Hitler." It's Jesus. This is where it's revealed that she is a plastic. At the
A
beginning of
ganger.
season 6. 50, can you take
Ganger.
over? I'm having a hard time.
Okay, so right after their wedding night, the doctor put them all both on a honeymoon planet, not a planet made of honey, not a moon made of honey. the planet itself is on a honeymoon. It married an asteroid. So then they go off for several different honeymoons, with the doctor saving them from basically a version of Ebenezer Scrooge named Kazran Sardik. Then they go back to the best Christmas special, by the way. They then go back to their own time to try to live a normal life for a bit. With the doctor, when they are suddenly summoned by the doctor by way of several envelopes that are also sent to River Song, Kenton Everett Delaware III, and a younger version of the doctor, where they both.
Is this the Impossible Astronaut?
Yep. And they all see an Apollo 11 astronaut shoot the doctor dead, and they can't tell him. That Amy reveals to the doctor that she's pregnant, but then realizes that no, she's not really pregnant. She was just thinking she was pregnant. Which, like, how could you think you're pregnant? And then realize
As a female, I can tell you, I've never gone. Maybe I am. I can't say it's ever just been a. Could I be? No, wait, no, I'm not.
At the stage of pregnancy that she was in, you kind of have to know at that point. Anyways, it was later revealed the doctor made continuous efforts to investigate Amy's pregnancy, all these efforts were being inconclusive. She kept seeing a mysterious woman with an eye patch showing up in various different points of her life, not realizing where she came from. It was then revealed that she was actually a ganger the entire time, made of living flesh, and she was the real Amy was actually on an asteroid called Demon's Run, kidnapped by Madame Kavarian, the woman with the eye patch. She's part of the Sacred Order, the Silence, who at that point teamed up with the Church of the Order of the Headless Monks and the Church of the Papal Mainframe. That's a lot of names to remember, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And they all formed an army to hopefully try to beat the Doctor. The Doctor then uses Rory to help him recruit a bunch of people that owe him favors to help get Amy and Rory back. To get Amy and her daughter back.
Episode. Holy shit!
Where is my wife?
Yeah.
Shall I repeat the question? Anyways, going back to the main story itself. By the way, that episode, I was going to say, there's a minor detail about that episode. I wonder if you guys were able to pick that up. We'll probably talk more about it on our recap. But there's a little minor detail that is actually very important to point out, specifically with that scene. Anyways, so then they save Melody Pond, where the Doctor gives her his own card, which once again disproves the theory about the looms, but we've already talked about that. Then it turns out that Melody Pond wasn't really actually Melody, was also a ganger. The real Melody was stolen by Madame Kavarian. We'll get to that. Then River Song comes and reveals that she was actually Amy and Rory's daughter the entire time, because her name was written on a prey leaf by a woman from the Gamma Forests, and they don't have a word for pond in the Gamma Forest because the only water in the forest is the river. So Melody Pond became River Song. Again, we'll get to her. I can't say I'm looking forward to it. But then they meet up with the Doctor again, and Mel's, turns out their childhood friend, Mel's, who actually pointed it out to them that they belong to each other. She's the one that pointed it out to them. They then witness her daughter regenerate into what would eventually become River Song. They continue to travel with the Doctor for a little bit. The Doctor then continuously realizes that he keeps putting them in danger, so he leaves them behind with a new house and a car and starts traveling on his own. He comes back
house with a door that's colored TARDIS blue.
Yes. Yep.
And then he comes back 2 years later after realizing that Christmas is no time to be alone. He spends Christmas with them, and he makes continuous sporadic returns to the Doctor's life. Eventually, in their final season, it's revealed that they're actually in their very early 30s to late 20s, when they eventually are being sent back to the past by Weeping Angels into what the Angels call a battery farm, where they keep sending humans to keep feeding on their future potentials over and over and over again. Rory meets a future version of himself dying as an old man. Yeah, they realize that the only way to end this endless circle of being returned to that one place in New York in the late 30s is to kill themselves. They jump off the roof, dying for potentially one last time, creating a paradox, preventing the Doctor from ever going back there. And then Rory gets sent once again by another angel, and Amy decides to sacrifice herself to stay with Rory for the rest of both of their lives. It is said on the gravestone that Amy died at the age of 87 and Rory died at the age of 82. And later in a mini episode called PS, which is entirely animated, I think it was a storyboard, it was revealed that in 1948, Amy and Rory decided to adopt a son, which they named I think Henry Brian Williams. They sent him with a letter to Rory's father, played by Mr. Weasley. Just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
But yeah, he goes, which is his last name is Williams, the actor.
Oh, it is.
Did you ever notice that?
Yeah,
anyway, so they send him with a letter telling, and Rory tells his father in his letter that, hey, this old man you see right here, that's your grandson. Love him. And he's the last, and I'm never going to be able to see you again because I died way in the past. Amy and Amelia Pond shows up one last time during Matt Smith's final scene on the TARDIS right before he regenerates, and her final words to him is, Raggedy Man, good night.
Okay, who jumped out of their seat when she appeared on your screen?
Yeah.
I did.
I did also.
I cried.
I mean, you see it coming, but you still can't believe it when it happens.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She was filming Guardians at the time. No, when I
And they were
started
both
getting-
bald at the time, wearing
that
wigs.
was a wig. That was a wig. No, when I first got into Doctor Who, my mom came and visited me down south for the first time, and she asked me what about Doctor Who? Why would I like it so much? And I explained the final scene between Rory, Amy, and the Doctor, and I started crying, explaining it, and my mom's like, "I get it, I get it."
I see it on your face.
Yeah, I see it on your face. That's why, because it's the pain of him reading the final letter
Oh.
to them. And what's even worse is that Karen Gillan was actually off camera reading it
Yeah.
to him
Yeah.
while they were filming that scene. Right, you know what? For me, she's right. Personally, she's above Sarah Jane, but for this list, I'll put her below Sarah Jane.
It's both of them. Let's not
Both of
forget.
them, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
both
yeah.
the Ponds. Amy and Rory Pond.
They're top of the top because they're also
Yeah.
the longest serving of the modern Who companions.
That's true
I'd
too.
say they're between Brigadier and Jack.
Really? You put
No.
them over here? Okay, Ben, what about you?
Yeah, I agree with everyone on that.
So below Sarah Jane, above the Brigadier.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I
50.
mean, I love them. I really do. They're not better than the Brigadier. I'm sorry, but I mean, I'm outvoted, and I realize that.
And like I said, they're my number one. So, but now we're on to the one that 50 really didn't want to do. So, for the sake of
no.
we are at 3.5 hours, let's just go over the basic points that we need for these characters from here on out because my butt's going numb.
Yeah, I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired.
This
I
is the
did say
longest-
it's gonna
this
be a
is the
long one.
longest- This is gonna be the longest thing that's not the all-night taco stand on this channel.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So but we're at River Song now.
I mean, Jess, we gotta stop meeting like this.
I know. I keep it's my fault. I'm the reason why, I think.
No, we had this planned before you heard about it. Don't worry.
Yes. Cool.
River Song. So, like I said, because we're at 3.5 hours, let's just give the best parts of River Song to instead of doing the whole biography because hers is fucked.
Yeah, hers goes
It's
backwards.
impossible to make a full one.
The Cliff Notes version 50. The important stuff.
Okay, she was conceived in the time vortex stolen by Madame Kavarian in the Church of the Papal Mainframe. She was being trained to be used as a weapon to kill the Doctor. She was then sent to 1969, put in the Apollo 11 suit, tried to kill the Doctor. She was shot by her own mother, escaped. She lived on the streets of New York all the way into the 1970s. She then contracted a deadly virus. She died, regenerated into a toddler, then went somehow, some way found her way into London and Ledworth. She grew up with her parents as Mel's, their childhood friend. She then gets shot by Hitler, regenerates into what would eventually become River Song. She then sacrifices her remaining regenerations to help save the Doctor, which she was originally supposed to kill. She falls in love with him. She then is admitted into a University of Archaeology. As soon as she gets she finishes studying her studies to become a doctorate of a. When she gets her doctorate, she gets kidnapped by the Silence once again, put in the suit again in Lake Silencio in Utah. She tries to prevent herself from shooting the Doctor, creating an alternate timeline in the process. The Doctor reveals to her that he was actually planning to fake his own death. That's when they get married. She then goes forward with it. She gets sent to prison for the rest of her life, and occasionally breaking out of prison, in and out of prison to go on adventures with the Doctor, and also various dates. At one point, hold on. I'm going way too fast for a second. Okay, so at one point, the Doctor begins to erase himself from memory completely, so she gets absolved and becomes a free woman. She starts writing a novel, calling herself Melody Malone. She's present there when her parents decide to go off and die. She also then continues to meet the Doctor. She's the reason why Amy remembers the Doctor in her own wedding. The further she goes in her own personal timeline, the less the Doctor knows her. She eventually
They're like ships in the night.
No,
Yeah.
it's so awful.
Eventually, she ends up marrying a bunch of different people, including the, King Calyrex. I can't remember his name. It turns out it was just a ploy for him for her to get close to a diamond. Where she meets the 12th Doctor, who she doesn't recognize, but obviously he knows her. Eventually, turns she comes to realize who he is, and she then go. They then crash land on the planet Beryllium to see the Seeing Towers. The doctor goes out of his way to make sure it's the perfect date, making sure that knowing that that's his final night with her, knowing that nights on Beryllium last for 24 years. After that, he sends her to the library with a new squareness gun and a sonic screwdriver of her own, where she meets the Doctor for his first time in the library, where she sacrifices himself to help save the people in order to prevent the Doctor from doing it himself.
And where she utters her catchphase for the first time.
Hello,
Spoilers.
sweetie. Oh,
That
no,
dude.
she
Hello,
says
sweetie.
hello,
He
sweetie.
introduces
That's the
both of them.
first thing she says.
Yeah.
Hello, sweetie.
Hello,
Yeah.
sweetie.
Yes, hello, sweetie.
And it's awesome that the 12th Doctor says it to her when she realizes who
Yes.
she is.
Hello, sweetie.
But she then sacrifices himself, and the 10th Doctor uses the sonic screwdriver that his 12th incarnation gave her to upload her consciousness into the mainframe, and she's able to live forever. She then comes back as a psychic phone call to Clara Oswald. She's the one that saves the Doctor from the Great Intelligence by uttering his name unbeknownst to the audience to open the door to his tomb, which then we'll get to that when we get to Clara. But then the Doctor reveals that he was always able to see her. He kisses her one final time, and then she disperses, getting a feeling of closure. She also shows up in a bunch of different novels, and she's got even her own big finished audio series called The Diary of River Song, where she meets Captain Jack Harkness and Jackie Tyler of all people. And she also occasionally on those. I knew that was going to happen. And she occasionally on those episodes, she sporadically meets the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th Doctor, making sure to erase his memory so that she wouldn't harm his future timeline, so he wouldn't recognize who she is before he officially meets her as his 10th incarnation in the Library Planet. Please heal me, somebody.
Okay, where do we put River Song?
That was
She's got to be.
impressive.
She's in S tier.
Yeah, definitely an S tier. We said there'd be plenty of S tiers.
I would put it right after Roy.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm done with that.
So next up we have someone who's appeared
The
twice.
good thing is, it's a good thing that after River Song, we got a bunch of easy ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least
Now
until we
we're
get
on
to
to
Clara.
Craig Owens, played by James Corden. I gotta admit, I love this character. More so in the second time he appears in Closing Time, especially at the end when they play off that they were a gay couple.
Yes.
Craig Owens, he's basically somebody who is renting out a flat. The Doctor rents the flat out from him because he wants to investigate something that's going on upstairs.
There is no flat upstairs.
Sorry?
There is no upstairs flat.
There is no upstairs. That is true. There is no upstairs on the plans.
The 1-floor building.
Along the
Yeah.
way, he plays soccer with Craig, which shows off Matt Smith's actual soccer.
He plays football, Soda.
He plays football.
That's
I'm gonna
football.
correct you on that too.
No,
It's
no,
football.
It's a Freudian slip because over here it's soccer. It's just a
Yeah, I
Freudian
know.
slip. Yeah.
I know.
Hey, how do you say ananas, Soda? Let us know, please.
How do you say what?
Ananas.
I've never heard of that word.
That's pineapple in literally every language except English, where they say pineapple for some reason.
So in French, it's pronounced
Pineapple.
ananas.
Yeah, but the S is silent.
I know. Anyways, this is not pineapple talk.
Pineapple pen.
So
I would put him in bow tie.
I would put him in bow tie as well. Craig is somebody throughout the first episode. He loves his best friend. She loves him, but they don't know how to quite reciprocate that. The Doctor is the one who says, "Come on, it's freaking obvious. Just go for it." He kisses her.
They overcome it with love.
Yeah, exactly. They
And then
killed the alien
love.
with love. The doctor leaves. He comes back right before he's about to die in the Impossible Astronaut. But it's
They got a
revealed that
baby.
Chloe and Craig have a baby together. We find with the Doctor who can speak baby says the baby wants to be called Stormageddon, Destroyer of All.
Oh, that's a
Which
brilliant
Craig
name.
is not mom.
Yeah.
So in that one, Craig, he's very insecure about being a father. He doesn't know how to handle the baby. He's afraid of being with the baby. Sophie goes off so she can give Craig bonding time. Then that's when the Doctor shows up. Shenanigans ensue. He joins. The doctor leaves. He goes gets a job at a toy store where Craig just happens to walk in. Oh god, that was great. And that's where we see him run into the pond.
And he actually has the doctor on his name tag.
Yeah, he actually has the doctor on his name tag. Yeah. All the people at the store love him, but Craig joins them to go downstairs to defeat the Cybermen. He's about to become a Cyberman himself when the doctor tells him to focus on something really important. He focuses on his son, his love for his son, because he can hear the baby crying from upstairs. He manages to break free of the Cybermen bonds, help the doctor save the day, and he actually becomes a confident father out of it. To the point where his son Alfie is no longer Stormageddon, and he calls him Dad because he's earned it.
Mm.
And he also gives the doctor his Stetson.
That's right. Gives the doctor his Stetson, which gets shots off in the Impossible Astronaut.
Bow tie.
Bow tie.
Yeah, bow tie it is. I would put him below Mickey, above Perry.
Fine.
Yep.
You know, when you really think about it, the number of people on this list that became Cybermen at one point or another.
There's so many.
Nuts. The little nuts. Okay, next up we have this one. You're going to have to take 50 because I don't know a lot about this guy.
Yeah,
Dorian
neither.
Maldavar.
Dorian Maldava, the Jabba the Hutt of the Doctor Who universe. His official time meeting the Doctor is unknown, but he did travel with the War Doctor at one point to the halls of Villengard to destroy the weapons factory and turn it into a banana grove, as referenced by the Ninth Doctor and Jack Harkness. It's then known that he owes the Doctor a favor, which he calls upon during A Good Man Goes to War, where he's assembling an army of people that owe him favor.
No.
Not, you don't need me. I'm fat. I'm slow. I'm slow. You don't need me. He also gives River Song her vortex manipulator, which becomes very important during the Big Bang and the Pandorica opens. He then gets beheaded by the Order of the Headless Monks and becomes inducted into their order, which is where he learns that the silence plan to silence the Doctor before he can answer the ultimate question, the oldest question in the universe hidden in plain sight, Doctor Who. And he very briefly travels with the Doctor as a talking head, kind of a precursor to Handel's. But that's pretty much the last time we get to see him. The Maldavarium itself, which is his bar, continues to actually operate even after his departure. So that's a thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so where do we
I'm going to say rice pudding.
Yeah, I'd say rice pudding.
Yeah, I'd say that as well. Where rice pudding?
Jackie.
Above Jackie, yeah.
I would even say above Stephen.
Really?
Oh, okay.
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 I mean, he was kind of instrumental in helping the Doctor a lot.
Sure.
That's true.
Okay.
That's true.
Who's next?
Now we have another
I
one
love
of my favorites.
him.
Yeah. Vastra, Jenny, and Strax. God bless Strax.
I love Strax.
So they're a lesbian couple in Victorian England. That's a fun one. She's a detective. He's the butler because he's trying to repay his debt to society. But he's always constantly fighting his Sontaran instincts. Sontarha! To always keep his stuff up. He's constantly called a potato multiple times. His profession is that of a nurse, a wet nurse to boot.
Yeah, disturbing.
Yeah. Now I'm actually it's Vastra and Jenny's backstory that I'm a little unfamiliar with.
They're never actually being explained. It's mentioned by Vastra that the Doctor found her in the London Underground, which, curiously enough, that's also where he met the Great Intelligence for the first time, which is kind of interesting. But he stopped her from killing a human and therefore starting racist crimes against her. So he saves her from that, from a fate of being persecuted by Victorian era racism, and he gives her her own place, and she basically becomes the inspiration for Sherlock Holmes. And it's said at one point that she also killed Jack the Ripper, the original Red Jack the Ripper. And Jenny was originally her butler, but her maid, I should say, but they fell in love, and now Strax is their butler. Now Strax was in a war in the 41st century at the time, where the Doctor recruited all of his friends to help him win the Battle of Demon's Run. Strax died during that war, during that skirmish, I should say, but was resurrected somehow off screen, but his brain kind of didn't make the return trip, and Vastra offered him the option of going back with them to be their butler on their many adventures in Victorian era England. And they continued to appear regularly on the show. The Doctor made continuous return trips to that era right up until he regenerated into his 12th incarnation. And I believe that was the last time we saw them.
Yeah, was it the first episode of Capaldi's era, right?
Yeah, and during the 50th anniversary was revealed that Strax was actually playing the fool the entire time. He was actually gathering information about the Doctor, sending it to his comrades in the Sontaran battle fleet. The Sontaran Armada. Video. Wrong language.
So where do we put the trio?
Fantastic.
What do you guys think?
I think bottom of Fantastic because we don't see that much of them.
Yeah.
And that's a crime against humanity that we don't see them that often, but still.
Okay, so now we're on.
So put them in Fantastic, and then we will certainly melt them with acid.
Yes.
Too far? Okay. Next up, we have what will probably be the last big character.
Yeah.
Clara Oswald. Probably one of the most divisive characters in modern Who.
I like him.
All of Doctor Who, as a matter of fact. Probably the most controversial companion of all time.
Which I don't
Yeah.
get. I don't get.
Me neither.
I think
Now,
she's
granted, I
delightful.
didn't see
All
her
of it,
story
though?
end, so I can't speak to that, but from everything I've seen, I don't get it.
Does anyone want to cover her bio? Because I can do it if you like.
Yeah, 50 is best if you do this.
Yeah.
We're getting into territory where I haven't finished her. Ben hasn't finished her, and I'm assuming
really?
Jessica has.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
You get
so
3 different iterations of her, effectively.
That is true. We get Oswin, we get
no, technically they're all the same. Technically, all of them
Yeah,
are the same.
Yeah.
Her mother died when she was very young, which ended her plans between her and her father to go out travel the world. She then meets the Doctor. She was given the Doctor's phone number by a woman from the shop, which later in life was revealed to be Missy, the female version of the Master. Which also became a companion at one point. I just noticed we don't even have her on our list.
Sorry, I forgot to put her on.
It's okay. It's okay. So he was then given the phone number for the TARDIS's phone, and somehow the Doctor meets her, having already previously met 2 different versions of her in his pastime, where she sacrificed herself to save him. He takes her on as a companion, trying to figure out why what's so special about her, even though she doesn't even realize how special she is. They eventually land on Transalore in the Doctor's personal future, when he apparently supposed to have died in a war. The Supreme Intelligence tricks the Doctor into opening the door to his own time stream, where he goes inside it to try to kill the Doctor multiple times throughout his entire life. Clara then jumps in right after him to save the Doctor, becoming the Impossible Girl. It's revealed that she was the girl that suggested to the first Doctor which TARDIS to take when he left, and she also showed up multiple times in all the Doctor's incarnations, meeting for the first time the War Doctor, which was buried so deep that even the Doctor himself forgot he existed. She was then present during
the name of the Doctor.
Yeah.
The day of the Doctor, but then it's after that the Doctor jumps in right after her to save her. Probably the most dangerous and stupid thing he's ever done, but that's beside the point. She becomes a teacher at the Coal Hill School, the place where it all began, and then she meets the 10th Doctor and the War Doctor, having freshly married Queen Elizabeth I. That's a whole story in and of itself. But yeah, she helps the Doctor realize there's an alternate way of saving Gallifrey without having to destroy it. She then continues to travel with the Doctor. She goes back, and the Doctor picks her up. In the time of the Doctor, he keeps coming back to Transalore several centuries apart, and she's the one that convinces the Time Lords to give the Doctor his regenerations back. She watches him regenerate into his 12th incarnation, which she continues to travel with for a long time. She's having trouble adjusting to this new incarnation, which, by the way, spoilers for the two of you, she then gets a phone call from the 11th Doctor asking her to look after his 12th incarnation because he knows he's going to need the help. She then decides
that happens.
Yeah, she then decides to stick around with him. Their relationship reaches a boiling point, similar to Steven Tyler, when he practically abandons her to decide the fate of the moon, but then he makes up for it by taking her to the Orient Express in space. And then she also she tries to blackmail the Doctor to take her to reverse time to help her save her boyfriend at the time, Danny Pink. We'll get to him in a second. Then they both lie to each other. The Doctor says that he was able to find Gallifrey. She says that she's now living a happy life with Pink. And she leaves the Doctor for a little bit. They come back to meet each other during a Christmas special involving Santa Claus, played by Nick Frost. But then she comes back to being another companion one more time. They meet a future enemy of the Doctor, a Shielder, which later renamed herself not me, but just me.
Yeah.
And Maisie Williams.
Yeah.
Of Game of Thrones fame. And as she continues to travel with the Doctor, she gets more and more cocky and more confident in herself and her abilities to rise above the Doctor. She's not afraid to put the Doctor in his place. She's not afraid to slap him whenever she thinks she deserves it. And at one point, her overconfidence goes way beyond what it should have been, and she trades places with a guy with a tattoo on his neck that counts down to the moment of his death. Once she does that, it's revealed that the tattoo could not be revoked, and she unfortunately has to die by facing the Raven. The Doctor then spends billions of years in his own confession dial, a prison made for him by the Time Lords. He then reassumes the position of the Lord President of Gallifrey, orders the Time Lords to extract her from the point right between her death, when the very last of her heart beating. They then traveled all the way to the end of the universe, trying to escape the lock that prevents her from actually living. Realizing that it's impossible, the Doctor tries to erase his memories of her. To erase her memories of him. She then reverses the process, making him forget all about her, and then traveling the galaxy with a stolen TARDIS, conveniently shaped like a 50s diner, with her new best friend, me. Obviously, again, not me, but yeah, she claims that at one point she's going to return to the point of her death and actually die, but she's going to take the long way around, which I presumably was a lead into a Big Finish series that, for my knowledge, never really happened. She then shows up one more time in the 12th Doctor's final moments, saying goodbye to him and telling him not to forget her ever again as part of the Testimony Project. And her name can also be seen in the spin-off show Class, written on the wall at the Coal Hill Academy, right alongside Ian Chesterton.
Okay,
Where do we put it?
Clara.
S tier.
Yeah. Where in the
I guess for her achievements, she's got to be S tier. But
would you put her at the bottom of the S tier then?
Wait, hold on.
Bottom.
Hold on. I didn't plan this. I'm sorry.
That's probably his mom.
Yeah. Wait.
Oh, there's a dog. I can hear a dog.
Yeah, toy.
You're gonna see her in just a minute. Hopefully she doesn't ruin the equip. Can we wrap this up real quick?
Yeah,
let's do this. Okay, so she's at the
I think she's S tier. I'd put her at bottom S tier because
okay.
Next we have Danny Pink, her boyfriend.
Vampire Fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not really much to him. He falls in love with Clara, but unfortunately he gets killed and is brought back as a Cyberman. But he regains his consciousness long enough to save them all from the Cybermen, thus going out with a bang. That alone, I would put him in Molto Bene because we really don't get enough with him.
Right.
True.
Yeah, and he sacrifices his one shot of going back to life to save the one kid he killed during the Afghanistan war.
Yeah, so I would put him below Susan.
Yeah, makes sense.
Right.
Okay, so that was Danny Pink. Now we're on to Nardole.
Nardole,
Aw.
River Song's assistant at the time, and as he points it out, the only person legally allowed to kick the doctor's ass. He then gets his head removed, and the doctor puts it back together. He then is forced, sort of coerced by River Song to be the doctor's sort of companion, sort of, in the occasion of her death. He watches over the doctor as he looks after, and watches over Missy, which he saved from execution. Again, not a companion, not afraid to put the doctor in his place. He always throws in hints that there's a much darker past of himself that the doctor doesn't realize. But he ends up doing the right thing by saving an entire colony of Mondasian citizens from being converted into Cybermen. And it's said often that in expanded meaning that he has multiple wives and children, and he shows up once again as part of the testimony project to say goodbye to the doctor in his final moments. Bless you.
More time?
Bow
Yep.
tie? Okay.
Yeah,
where in
bow tie. Bow tie makes sense.
Where in bow tie?
I'd say between Barry and Craig.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Up, we have Capaldi's final companion, Bill Potts, who I know
Bill
nothing about other than
The
that
one,
first-
also known as the one season wonder. So she's a student at the university that the doctor is teaching at the time. She sees he has very untapped potential. First ever openly gay companion. Just wanted to point that out. Obviously, we mentioned Nissa and Tegan. They weren't very open at the time. She's kind of the first. She falls in love with a girl that becomes an alien water creature, able to travel all over time and space. She then travels with the doctor for a little bit. She's the reason why the doctor almost sacrifices himself to save her, becoming blind for a couple of episodes in the process. And then she basically hands planet Earth over to the alien monks to give the doctor his eyesight back. And as we previously mentioned, she eventually becomes a Cyberman. She is shot right through her heart. She is then converted to a Cyberman by a past version of the Master. But because she's a time traveler, she's still able to keep a hold on her humanity. And she ends up saving the doctor, carrying his nearly lifeless body back to the TARDIS to regenerate. Then she's being revisited by her sort of water alien girlfriend, who gives her the option to travel the stars with her. They travel the Milky Way for a little bit, but then they decide to go back to Earth and live out the rest of their lives in peace. And she then comes back as part of the testimony project, meeting both the 1st and 12th Doctor, letting them know why they should regenerate one more time.
Right.
Okay. So where will we put Bill Potts? From the sounds of it, she seems like a fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that.
Okay, where in fantastic?
I'd say even below Vastra, Strax, and Jenny.
Okay, so and the
Yeah, I would agree.
You know,
so
could you do me a favor and go to the last one before we talk about these two?
Okay, so yeah, we will do Yasmin Khan first.
Also known as Yaz.
Yeah.
I believe actually first Indian companion, which
correct. Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay, so Yaz is a probationary police officer, gets called to investigate a mysterious case on a train where she meets the 13th Doctor, having recently regenerated. She helps her stop an alien hunter, which is basically like the Doctor Who equivalent of the Predator. They stop him together, and she helps the Doctor build a teleport, which is supposed to take the Doctor all the way to her TARDIS, taking her with her by accident. And once they finally get to the TARDIS, they travel from all sorts of places, eventually reaching her home, where she goes back to visit her father, mother, and sister. But then she realizes she wants to travel with the Doctor for the rest of her life. She wants to travel with the Doctor, and they continue to travel for about 2 seasons. When the Doctor, having just recently met the Master once again, she and realizing the truth about her own past and the past of the Time Lords, the Doctor decides to stay behind to with a bomb to help destroy Gallifrey and end the rule of the Cyber Masters, which we'll get to in our recap. But she takes the Doctor asks all of her companions at the time to leave her behind. Yasmin does make a return. She's the only one of the three that believes that the Doctor is still around, and she travels with the Doctor one more time in the Christmas special, which, as I mentioned, I haven't seen yet. She will continue to travel with her in Jodie Whittaker's final season, and Yasmin also had an encounter with Captain Jack, who told her that even though it's going to kill her to leave the Doctor behind and move on, it's going to be worth the trouble.
Yeah.
And at one point during Whittaker's first season, she was seen. She traveled back to her own family's time and her grandmother's wedding.
Oh, cool.
In the 40s or 50s.
Yasmin Khan. What do you think?
I think she's. I don't know.
Fantastic.
Bene?
Yeah, I'd say molto bene.
Oh, okay.
Molto bene.
Molto bene.
Molto bene.
Where?
I don't know. Yeah, bottom. Molto bene.
Yeah.
She's not. I mean, she's
not done yet.
She's not my favorite Jodie Whittaker companion, but she's also not my least favorite.
So yeah, she's almost done. So now let's just do this 2-for-1 here.
Yeah, because they're pretty much inseparable.
Yeah,
okay,
so Graham O'Brien and
Graham O'Brien and Ryan Sinclair. So basically, they're what?
Is it his stepson?
Yeah,
his step grandson.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Okay, so long story short, Ryan's mother dies, causing him to really have a very rocky relationship with his father, who leaves him at one point, total child abandonment. He's then raised by his grandmother Grace, who dies helping the Doctor save a human from the alien predator that I mentioned earlier. And they go to a funeral. After her funeral, they help the Doctor get her new clothes. They help the Doctor build the teleport that takes her to where the TARDIS is supposed to be. She ends up taking them with her, along with Yaz, and they decided to travel back with the Doctor all the way back to their own time. They meet Rosa Parks at one point. Ryan is having a hard time. Ryan is having a very hard time accepting Graham as his grandfather. He refuses to accept that idea, but he kind of warms up to him right at the end of that first season when they get a chance to meet Zim Shah, or Tim Shaw, as the Doctor calls him, the person who was directly responsible for Grace's death. And while for the most of the time, Graham was the rational of the two, it was actually Ryan who convinced Graham to not kill Tim Shaw, because that's not what Grace would have wanted. And they continued to travel with the Doctor later until eventually, as I mentioned earlier, the Doctor told them to go back to Earth because he was going to detonate a bomb that would destroy all of Gallifrey with the Cyber Masters along with them. And they were the ones who thought that it was time for them to move on. I think they appeared once more in Revolution of the Daleks, meeting the Doctor one more time and Captain Jack Harkness, but then they decided to stay behind, move on, and actually work on their grandfather-grandson relationship while Yaz continued to travel with the Doctor.
Yeah.
Okay, so where do you put this 2-for-1 here of Graham and Ryan?
I mean, Graham is, without a doubt, the best Jodie Whittaker companion, and Ryan is kind of the worst. Because for the most part, he's like, Doctor, look, what's that, Doctor? Doctor, yes. Doctor, no. You know, that sort of a thing.
So
but since we're counting them together as a package deal...
Well, do you want to split them up then?
No. I think it's good to put them together because they're very much... They're a package deal like all the other ones that we have on this list right here.
So where do we put them?
Montemelo?
Yeah, I'd say Molto Bene right beside Yaz.
Yeah.
Okay.
Below or above?
Below. Actually, I don't know. Okay, we're counting them as one thing, but because we have two separate images, just put Graham above Yaz and Ryan right there. Yeah.
Okay.
And also, Ryan and Yaz are friends from high school.
That I remember. Okay, we finally did it. 4 hours later. Holy shit. We did it.
Okay.
So
We survived.
the S tier, we're only going to name the S tier because, God damn it, we have Sarah Jane at number 1, Amy and Rory at number 2, the Brigadier at number 3, Captain Jack at number 4, Martha is number 5, number 6 is Donna, 7 is Rose, 8 River Song, 9 Jamie McCrimmon, 10
James Robert McCrimmon.
K9, 11 Ian and Barbara, and rounding it out at number 12, funnily enough, Clara Oswald.
That's actually less S tiers than I thought we were going to have.
Yes, I am.
I thought we were going to have at least 2 rows of S tiers.
It is 2 rows.
No, 2 full rows.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of good ones in there.
Yeah.
All right, folks, time to wrap it up. It's 10 o'clock for me.
Yeah.
So we'll start with the resident Kiwi. Jess, where can everybody find you if you're anywhere on the webs?
I mean, not really. I'm on Instagram, but I do nothing on there. You'll probably find me on one of these again because I think Taco's going to rope me into more of these.
Oh, of course.
Because
And
I'm
we
going to
would love
be.
to have you on for much shorter episodes of the show.
Yeah, hey, look, I'm going to have nothing but time as of next week. I'm going on surgery, so I'm going to be bedridden. So,
Well, hey,
the more
are
I
you
can
into
do.
horror? We'll talk for a second afterwards.
Cool.
50. If you're not playing with your toy, where can everybody find you?
Okay, you can find me getting eaten alive by a dog.
Yes.
You can also find me on my YouTube channel, 50 Shades of Geek. You can also find me occasionally on Twitch, 50 Shades of Gaming. And you can also find me on this show, recapping the greatest show in the galaxy. The show we just spent 4 hours talking about with these two guys.
Done Modern Who. Let's just face it, we should have just done the modern stuff.
Hey, I think it would have been too short, but that's just me.
It's done now.
My butt agrees with you.
So you can also find me on Get Sweaty with these two guys every Saturday. Occasionally, I pop into Let's Talk About Star Wars and Mount Schmodown. And you can also find me on Patreon, patreon.com/Pokemon Star Crossing Crescent, where I design a Pokemon game based on Israel.
Ben, where can everybody find you?
Me?
Yeah. Ben, you cheeky bastard.
You can find me at my channel, man_Rainer. Every 150 every season of reason coming in past, get ready, Mount Schmodown. I think that's everything. I have more coming, but as for now, that's everything.
As for myself, you can find me on my personal Instagram and Twitter at soda_the_Saxman. You can also find me all over this channel and pretty much every show. Really, we got nothing much coming up this weekend. Tomorrow night, join us for Schmodown Night in Canada as we go live after the I'm assuming pay-per-view drops tomorrow. Saturday, we've got Get Sweaty. No Star Wars show this week because Taco and Evan are off. Yeah, that's pretty much where you can find me. Don't forget, everybody, to like and subscribe to this channel, this video. Don't forget to follow everybody here on wherever they are. And we will see you next week on Shooting the Breeze if 50 can survive toy. Have a good night, everybody, and stay sweaty.